This conference will now be recorded.
Getting ready to make a run.
Call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Apologize for being a couple minutes late. The next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will take place on Friday, July 8th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive, Sebring, Florida, 33872. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. Which I Okay, we'll start with the consent agenda. Minutes of the Board of Supervisors regular meeting held June 3rd, 2022. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any board comments? I just have one. Page 9. It's listed as Advent Hospital, not Advent. It's actually only listed as Advent, A-V-E-N-T. Could we just change it to Advent Hospital, please? Are there any other board comments? Any public comments? Okay.
Supervisor Phillips?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Pat.
Do you have comments on this, Pat? No, I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley? President Brooks?
Yes. Next is the treasurer's report of April 2022. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anybody have any comments on the treasurer's report? Besides me. Okay, the only question I got on the treasurer's report, Chris, is I need you to look at, some of the numbers are not consistent. Like if you look at page 2, the amended annual budget for the roads and drainage says $1,369,900. But if you go further down the report, like on page 9, it says $1,804,900. So the numbers, for some reason, are not the same, and they should. I assume they should be. If they're not, I would like to know why.
I will check that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have the answer today. That was the only thing that I had seen in the district financials that I was asking about. Anybody have anything else? Is there any public comments on the district financials? Okay.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley? Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
President Brooks?
Yes. We're getting there, Pat. Next is the golf financial report of April 2022. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mike, you want to say anything about the golf financials before I ask?
No, I can just kind of update you. Obviously, the April numbers, as we know, were not very good. That first Monday in April is when we had the hail damage. somebody, had all the lost revenue from the hotel rounds, the tournaments that we lost, the F&B revenue that we lost. Obviously, that really put us behind for April. But I do want to make sure the board is aware that we are going through our insurance. I'm working with Chris and our insurance company. We are seeking business loss claims, which will include revenue, labor, extra expenses. So when we get all that worked out, which I should have all the information that they have requested back to Chris, hopefully early next week, that will definitely help the April financials look better. I don't know how it's going to work into our fiscal year budget, but it will turn these numbers around quite a bit when we get that. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from the board on the golf financials? I'm sorry?
I just said I knew it was going to be bad.
Yeah. Just from the last meeting, I came up, when are we going to see the actual, that change that we discussed on the average rates, the price per round?
Yeah, so obviously when we had that discussion, these financials were already almost
Right, I
complete.
understand that.
So I have not got our draft financials yet for May. So when I get those, I'll work with Chris, who's our accountant, to get those.
Okay, so when we see
Straight
the
out.
May report, we'll see that, and then
Yes,
you can
I'll make sure
explain
that
to us
that's-
what we're looking at.
Right. We will, well, we're going to remove the ones that don't apply, so.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. I do have one other question. Let me give you the names if you don't know these. There's a couple of guys that we cut some checks for that I didn't recognize their name. I'm sure they're all legitimate. SIP Ventures, do you know who they are? We gave them a check for $24,000. SIP Ventures. Let me give you the names. You guys get back to me on them. I didn't expect you to walk around with the end. It's SIP Ventures,
Yep.
Highlands, NE, whatever that is. ISTRC.
I got Highlands.
Estric is for what?
Soil sample.
Soil sample.
Oh, soil sampling? Okay, forget that one. And America First Air?
America First Air is a company that purchased Mid-Florida Fire. So they're the ones that do the maintenance for our fire suppression system.
America First Air.
American First Air is
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes. So that,
contractor out of Avon Park.
yeah, he's correct.
Oh,
He's the AC man.
$4,500?
I can email you what that was for.
Yeah, just get back to me on the America
Find
First,
it real quick.
justifying the amount, and this SIP Ventures for $24,000, I guess. That's the only ones I had. Is there any other board comment?
I
Oh,
do.
yeah.
Mike,
Yeah, I'm listening.
on your special events, we have a lady in charge of special events, correct? Special events coordinator,
Yeah, we have a banquet captain.
a banquet captain. How many banquets are we seeing in our future, and will it justify the salary that you pay her or him?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's an hourly employee, so she gets, the more banquets we have, the more obviously she would be paid.
Doesn't,
No.
doesn't Jessica actually do this? Isn't she?
If that's what she's talking about, so if you're talking about our sales person, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we do. She probably organizes 200, 250 events a year, and it's kind of almost back to normal. We go from,
But she's hourly.
no, she is not. She is salary. Correct. I'm sorry, I misunderstood who you were talking about. Absolutely.
And what do we consider a special event? I mean, our Chamber of Commerce is not special. We get that anyway. I mean, a special event would her be actually going out and bringing in money. Is that not correct?
That is correct. She does all those events, even from chamber to member events to all those events. She coordinates all of those. So we have banquet event orders that are all organized, that she controls menus to linen to all that stuff. So that's definitely a full-time job. I sat in that seat for a little while. There's a lot of work there for sure. And and she does a little bit more than that. She kind of helps out with the marketing side of the restaurant as well. social media, things like that, as well as just marketing all the other stuff. Even, when we do trivia nights, all that sort of stuff, she's in charge of handling all of those too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Okay, thank you, Mike. Let's vote it.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley, Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. Okay, Pat, public comments for anything that we're not going to discuss later. Anybody?
Pat Holmes, resident. I've got one question to ask. The cart barn, the pavement or the rocks that are there, it's getting in dire shape of needing some work done on it. The weeds are growing up, and it's going to start raining, and the puddles are there. I think we should be able to do something with that. Also, a lot of the doors are not working properly in there. You have a heck of a time getting them open, and it looks like it needs a good cleaning. So I think it just needs some tender, loving care. That's
Are you
all I've
talking
got.
about the area where you store your rentals?
Yes.
Okay, which section are you talking about?
The new cart barn, as I call it,
Which one is the new car?
the one that's right down here on Edgewater.
The one that's down by the dog park, where you park for the dog park?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's the one you're talking about?
yes.
Okay, Mike, you gonna check it out and take a look at it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Any other public comments on anything that we're not discussing later? Okay, Commissioner Scott Court, you're on.
Good morning. Just a couple of things to report. I think many of you are aware, we had a little bump in the road at our last meeting with your ARPA funding. The last meeting I attended here, I reported that the request for your 9 projects of $561,100 passed the board 3-2. Our last meeting was a consent item to do a budget amendment to transfer those into the project accounts for you. Commissioner Roberts, who was one of the 3 votes that passed it initially, he was on vacation on his anniversary with his wife. He wasn't there. So when it ended up in a stalemate, a 2-2 vote last meeting, I've requested with staff to make it an action item for next Tuesday, because I know if it's a consent item, it's going to be pulled out and made an action item anyways. So I'm cautiously optimistic that if Commissioner Roberts votes like he did the first time, I don't know why he would not, that will be finalized then. So fingers crossed, but I don't see any reason to be alarmed at this point on that. It's just a technicality at this point. The only other thing I have to report to you, maybe you've read in the paper, we are, our county administrator has given us a notice. We'll be leaving us July the 1st to take a position up north as a county administrator. So we are currently in the search process for a new county administrator. On Tuesday, the board will be tasked with making a selection for an interim county administrator. So there'll be more news to come on that. And other than that, we are certainly well immersed in the budget time right now, and there'll be more of that to come. So that's all I have to report this morning. If y'all have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions? Can you give me an update on collection of garbage cans? Is there one?
I have asked, I talked to our county administrator, waiting to hear from you folks on when you've got some ready to pick up, and we will.
Oh, so the ball's in our court.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. So we haven't been notified that there's any to be picked up as of last week.
Oh, I don't think we've notified anybody yet.
Yeah.
So if it's in our court, okay.
Yeah. And then they've told us as soon as you call us and you have some, I don't know where you collect them at your maintenance yard or what have you, that we will come and get them.
What would you consider an adequate amount to call you guys on?
I would say, if you had 30 or 40 of them,
Okay.
start off, because they'll load up a small truck or a trailer and come and take those. So, or when they're, if you've got some that, I'm not going to say wait until you have 40. If you've got 20 or 25 there, I expect them to be hanging around in your way for months. So,
Okay.
put out the initial call, give us a shout, and we'll get over here and get them picked up for you.
Okay. Is there any update on Schumacher?
I spoke with one of the landowners to the south yesterday afternoon that had some concerns when this was talked about before. I'm going to be reaching out to the other landowners also on Schumacher to talk to them about that. I think I reported you, I did talk to staff about, they gave me two options, paving just down to where Cortez would extend out and then paving all the way to the end. Of course, it's less of a cost paving down just to where Cortez would be, and may resolve some privacy issues that the people down on the end have concerns about. You know, a lot of people won't travel past the end of a paved road unless they need to go down there. So if you pave the road, potentially you would create more traffic that's going to end up at a dead end pretty much down there or have to turn around. So we spoke about that. I want to speak with some of the other property owners, but as I had stated before, and we certainly received your resolution on the wishes of your board, that you want the county to pay for all the paving out there, not to do the cost split program that we currently have in place, the 50-50 program. So I am still doing some due diligence with the other property owners out there and see where they sit on this thing. If I was to bring this to the board on Tuesday, we would have a tough lift to break away from policy on the 50-50 split. So that's why I want to talk with some of the other property owners. And we'll be back meeting with you folks also, may meet with some of you individually to talk about this also. And but it is in the works and it's on my priority list. So we're continuing to work on it. Like I stated, that if and when this does indeed happen, the road is all going to have to be shifted to the north. So this isn't a simple project that we can take the road exactly where it's at, maybe add some additional base to it and then pave on top of that. The whole road has to be shifted to the north because of where it's setting now. So that adds extra expense. It adds some complication in moving utilities and what have you. So that is going to be a project. This isn't just a simple bring some asphalt out here and pave this road. So, yes.
So there's no estimates on what's going to cost?
Yeah, I have my notes in my office, but to pave all the way down to the end, the estimate was about $600,000. And it was about half of that, of course, to pave half of it and not go all the way down. So of course, it's an easier lift paving half of it than it is all of it. But the way that the county looks at this is when we have an existing shell rock road that we're going to pave, okay, that we currently are grading, okay, so the county grader goes out there and grades that road on a schedule. The county's wishes or the staff's wishes, if we paved it, would be to pave it all the way, so then we don't have to continue have the annual cost of grading the remaining part, okay, and I understand that. But of course, you're talking half as much, paving it halfway. Grading does come at an expense, but nowhere near the expense. There is some other grading that we do out in this area. So it's not sending a grader just all the way out here just to do Schumacher. So not a perfect scenario, but I think the more palatable approach, and I'll talk with y'all more about that, would be look at paving it down to where you folks would extend Cortez out and then, go with that. So we'll go from that, but there'll be more discussion on that. Like I said, I can tell you in my opinion, that if it was approved today, by the time the engineering work was done and everything laid out and what have you, you'd probably be looking at a year or so before construction would start. Because of the movement of the utilities and the drainage work and things that would have to be done along Schumacher.
How far over do they have to move it over?
I've been told roughly the road is going to have to be shifted about 30 feet to the north.
Wow.
Yes.
That's going to be pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. The entire road base, most of the road base will have to be pulled up where it is at now. And we would reuse that road base as we could to relocate the road to the north after all the utilities were moved. So, yeah. But staff is working on that and they're looking at some cost estimates and looking at what the complexity of moving the utilities and what have you would be.
Thank you.
Yep. So
I got to ask this, is there any recognition on the board's part of the amount of money that you guys have received from the sale of Sun and Lake lots, plus the additional income that we have provided through taxes with all of the housing that's been built here?
There is on my part. I believe there is on Commissioner Campbell's part. I believe there is on Commissioner Roberts' part. Okay.
Thank you.
So I continue to bring that to their attention. I've had some pushback from Commissioner Tuck in relation to the timing of your application for ARPA funding. I explained to them some of the reasons for that in management changes and things like that. And see, when ARPA came out, it was a very quick push for us because the first deadline that we were given was about 45 days after we were awarded the money, that we had to designate that money to different projects. So we were rushed on that end also. And it was just a comedy of kind of, being rushed and what have you, and things that went on there. And, I explained to them the management changes here. I've reminded them on the amount of lots that we have sold out here, that you folks lost all of your improvement district taxes or liens that you ever had on any of those lots. And certainly the substantial amount of general revenue impact on each house that is built. I can give you some examples and some research that I've been doing because of staff has resurfaced the conversation about impact fees, whether we will, whether we have the stomach or the desire to reinstitute impact fees at this time. And I've been doing a lot of research with the property appraiser's office and different scenarios. And I can tell you one of them is that I looked at a model for 2021 from January through December on how many homes that changed hands. They were sold, okay? And that was actually, I believe, is a big over 4,600 homes, okay? And just by those homes changing hands from one owner to the next is an additional $2.7 million worth of general revenue impact. Because you and I could have bought in the same neighborhood 15 years ago, the same identical house built by the same builder. We lived there for 15 years. We each claimed homestead exemption on that house. You were protected and I was protected by a 3% cap and the increase of your assessed value because you're homesteading that property, okay? I decide after 15 years, I'm going to move out, I'm going to go somewhere else. You stay there, okay? New buyer comes in. If they come from out of state, they have no homestead portability to carry with them, okay? If they do from within state, they would have some that they would take to their new purchase. But if they're coming from out of state, they're going to be assessed on the 80% of the market value of that house that is going to be looked at comparable sales in that area. You're protected by 3%. So I've done research that you could have the same house as your neighbor next door, and your neighbor's paying 2 to 3 times the taxes that you're paying. So those people are paying an impact, okay? So that's somewhat of my argument, and also a big misconception, and I wish it was different, but impact fees can only be used for new infrastructure. They cannot be used for existing infrastructure at all. If it could be a great thing that we could use it for drainage issues. We could use it for road issues that need attention and what have you. So, there's a lot of, I guess, misunderstood or misinformation out there when the public look at impact fees. The general taxpayer usually is in favor of impact fees because they feel the burden of that infrastructure is put on somebody else other than them as a taxpayer. So politically, there is taxpayers that, well, yeah, all these people are coming into our county. They need to pay for this infrastructure to keep up with their needs. I can also share with you something that was amazing to me because we just had our 2020 census that was done, completed in 2020. Highlands County's population only grew from 2010 to 2020, only grew by 2.5%, 2,448 net population gain. To me, that was very low. Our last impact study that we did in 2010, okay, impact fees have been sunsetted since 2009 in this county. The previous county commission did another study in 2010 because they were thinking about re-implemented, that we paid $110,000 for that study. And that study from Duncan Associates, and they use different sources for their data, they predicted the population growth in Highlands County between 2010 and 2030 to be 1,400 residents per year. So if you take between 2010 and 2020 or 10 years, their population growth was based on 14,000 residents. We gained 2,500. They overestimated by 571% or over 11,000. So As you can see, the methodology of the study and the data that they used, and I don't think they did anything maliciously, the University of Florida and some of these people, they predict population growth all over the United States and in Florida, what have you. They took the data that was given to them at that time, but somebody didn't get it right. So all the methodology and what the impact fees were based on, the amounts or what have you, was based on a population growth of 14,000 people. We had 2,500. A misconception, I think, with the population growth in Highlands County is that, of course, I've lived here 46 years. If you drive up and down Highway 27, you're like, good Lord. But that is not to be confused with the population growth in Highlands County. A vast majority of that traffic is transitioning through Highlands County from north and south. It's not county residents. It's not county traffic. Okay, so, is our county growing? Sure, it's growing. Do we have to look at infrastructure needs? Absolutely. But I'm not convinced at this point that impact fees is the answer to that. We've seen a slight downtick in the housing market. Interest rates have almost doubled in the past 3 months. Inflation is the highest it's ever been in 40 years. But, people are still moving to Florida. They like our political climate here. Everybody dreams to come to Florida, so I think that's going to continue. We will feel, they're already talking, if you listen to the news, they're talking about a recession. Somewhat of a mild recession is what they're predicting now, but Florida has always tailed behind in a recession, compared to other places in the country because of just the people that are relocating to Florida. And if you drive around Florida and you go back towards Orlando and you see some of these neighborhoods going up, these people aren't scared to build houses. They know people are coming. So, and I know there's a lot of development out here. So there's more to come on that, but I'll certainly keep you guys updated. Anything else?
Yeah, Scott, when you're talking, and we've talked about this forever, even before you, the 50%, is that everybody that's involved in this? Or I know at one time, the 50% was whoever asked for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not.
Ideally,
when you're talking to the, because I would have no problem with 50%.
If it was split amongst.
If it was split amongst
everybody on the road that's
everybody on the
benefiting
road,
from that paving,
let's all
absolutely.
do it. But,
yes, I agree with that.
But I just wanted to mention, because I don't want to rehash that.
Sure, right.
You know how I stand there, but if you go down, if you have the time sometime, go down Cortez. We just had one of these big developers who are probably like Orlando. They have the money. I don't think the recession's they cleared 62 lots.
Wow, okay.
And it's just right down Cortez, and guess where they're going to want to come out?
Sure, exactly.
So and there's other developers in there now, but if you go down Cortez, past Sun and Lake Boulevard, you'll see a mass of lots being cleared, and they're going to start building.
Well,
So
my goal is to get with all of the property owners or majority of the property owners along Schumacher and reach out to them, because I believe it is an advantage to them. I believe it'll increase their property values by that road being paved.
Yeah.
Some of that property to the south, it's just pasture land. Well, my pitch to them is that if you participate in helping out in some form of paving Schumacher Road, then a developer or somebody is more apt to look at your property and say, well, I could buy this 40 acres out here and I could put 150, 200 homes out here, and I don't have the expense of paving this road. So it adds value to their property also. And
well, that's just the way it works.
Sure, absolutely.
That's the way it works.
Yeah.
Okay,
But the thing is that, certainly we have a policy in place on the 50-50, and that's usually neighbors that go down their road and they knock on doors and say, we'd like to see about if you'd want to participate in getting the road paved. They get a figure from the county and then they knock on doors. I will be doing some of that due diligence in this case and talking to those folks and seeing what they feel. And, and I'll come back to you and at the proper time, and I will share with you what my recommendation would be that I think that I will need to get this past the board. Okay. So like I says, I'm one of 5 up here like you folks are. We don't do anything individually. It takes at least 3 of us to do anything. So I want to do my homework. And when I'm prepared to present this in front of the board, I want to kind of make it a no-brainer that they're at least 3 of us, 2 others are convinced.
Be just to get some of the commissioners to drive out here.
Sure.
And to see that might make a difference, but all those homes that are being built there, they're going to want to come out, and they have to.
Yeah. And another thing that I would possibly suggest also is, of course, I'm your liaison and we have communication with someone on a regular basis, is that for each of you as supervisors to reach out to the other 4 commissioners at some time,
Okay.
ask to speak with them, whether it's on the phone or in person. You know, of course, they can't meet together because of sunshine law. Y'all can't meet together because of sunshine law, but each of you can meet individually. But please be aware that you cannot share any of your conversations with one commissioner. You cannot share it with the other commissioner. Say, well, talk to Scott, he's all for this and what have you. Sunshine law really prohibits you from doing that. And if that happens, they should tell you at that time, you can't share any of the comments with them.
And I didn't mean for you.
Yeah.
I meant at the meeting, maybe mention that they should drive out here, right?
Sure, absolutely.
I didn't want you to call because I know how that works.
But I'm going to tell you, advocacy for what you're looking for goes a long way.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's how it works. You go and sit down with them and tell them how important it is to you and your district and the reasons that you feel that the county
Good idea.
should be, you know, paying more than their share of the 50-50 program. And those arguments certainly are valid arguments that you brought up on the lot sales and the development of those lots. You know, I also did another study that I had the property appraisers, and I took every lot that was vacant at the beginning of 2021 that had a structure built on it by the end of 2021. Because many of these lots out here may not even be drawing $100 a year in taxes, okay? And that impact, I think, was about $1.7 million a year. So anytime that we can take a vacant piece of land and put it on the tax roll, brings improvement district taxes to you folks to help you out with expenses here, brings us additional revenue to the county, that more people are, you know, helping build that pie. And, you know, I've always been in favor of, instead of raising your taxes, is broadening our tax base to bring in more revenue to keep up with our growth. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job at that right now in the county.
Scott, I got 2 questions. Should any of us attend that meeting on Tuesday? Would it help?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, you're certainly welcome to, okay? Certainly welcome to attend. I don't know of any reason why Commissioner Roberts would turn his vote from a yes to a no. This part last time was a technicality. It was a budget amendment. Okay. And, you know, but it went the way that it did. That's how it works. And to me, it was just a bump in the road. I am fairly confident, but I can't speak for Commissioner Roberts. I can't question about this ahead of time, but he voted in favor of it. Because, you know, and I explained to them in the last meeting, and I explained to Commissioner Tuck, I said, this doesn't only serve the community of Sun and Lakes, it serves a school and it serves a hospital,
Absolutely.
which is very important infrastructure to our county. Okay. And, you know, I don't know, sometimes I scratch my head, but they're a commissioner. They have the right to their vote and their
And the other
opinions.
question I have, the cut through, that's not included in the 600,000, right?
Yeah, on the
Well, you gotta remove it.
on the ARPA projects we're talking about? Yeah, on the ARPA, are we talking? Okay,
Yeah, that's ours.
okay, yeah, there you go. So other than that, like I said, you know, if you're certainly always welcome to attend and what have you, because it will be an action item, and action items, the floor is opened up for public comment during any action items that come up for a board vote. But like I said, Commissioner Roberts simply wasn't there. He wasn't there where he could call in. He was in Alaska on his 50th anniversary, and good for him. So, but I believe this all will be taken care of on Tuesday. All right, very good. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank y'all. Take care.
Any other questions for Scott? Anybody from the public? Don't run out yet.
Second. Bill Norcross, resident. We are really in financial problems, and we understand what the perhaps tax is going to be. And ad valorem tax here is what, 8.55? It can go to 10.55, or it could go to 8. Now, how do you feel about the ad valorem going up or down? Or what is the general feeling with the county?
It's a good question. I can tell you it's a priority of this commission, and our budget office has given us 3 different scenarios. I am fairly confident that you will see a millage decrease this year. Okay? What that decrease, we don't know what that'll be yet. Okay? Because property values in Highlands County, everybody hit your cap. If you're homesteaded, your property value pretty much is probably going to go up 3%. If you're non-homesteaded, it'll go up 10%. Those are the two caps. Well, there's something that's called the rollback rate, which erases the property value increase to keep your taxes the same as they were the year before. I can tell you that it will not be that. It will not be a complete rollback to absorb all that property value increase, but I can tell you I am not in favor and I will not approve the budget without some sort of millage reduction.
The other question I think some people had was on the fire fees. Now you reduce one budget and you increase another, so how is that going to affect us?
There's 5 categories in our fire assessment. 2 of them, one of them industrial warehouse and vacant land. Those were frozen last year because they were being assessed above the level of service that those categories were receiving. So our goal and our objective is to set the rates according to where the services are going. You will probably see the board has the authority. Last year, we approved the authority to up to 3 years to have an increase or decrease in the non-ad valorem fire assessment. You will probably see somewhere around a 7% increase in your residential home. On an average home, last numbers that I looked at, I don't know, roughly a 2,000 square foot home or what have you, would be less than $10 a year in your increase. So there probably will be a little bit of a non-ad valorem increase on the fire assessment part. But understand also that we are building now a fire rescue department. We're going from a volunteer system to a blended system, volunteer and full-time, because of the times and the need for services in this county. So if you look at other rates and what other county residents are paying in surrounding counties around us, ours still is considerably less than what you're seeing around us. Do I like to raise your non-ad valorem assessment? No, but I can tell you there's certain standards that we have to meet from fire protection standards. When fire trucks turn a certain age, they're not frontline equipment ready or qualified anything else. Fire assessment is just like insurance. Nobody likes paying it until you need it. But if you want to be able to dial 911 and have somebody coming to your rescue, that takes money to do that. And certainly I feel it's our fiduciary responsibility to provide an adequate level of public safety in our county. So there will be a little bit of an increase, but not an exorbitant increase in my opinion.
I understand the fire chief is realigning the work to have more volunteer and keeping the cost down, which we really all appreciate. Well, thank you very much, Scott, for the update. And I think it's a boring subject talking about taxes, but it's important. So if people know a little bit more about it, it'd be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Pat?
Pat Holmes, resident. I was just wondering, is there any update on the recycle and the location where it's going to be and when it's going to be open?
Yes, Lake Placid facility is open. It's been open for a few weeks now. Avon Park facility, being told, is still on track to open up July 1st. Okay. And I believe that's on Harris Street or something up in Avon Park. If you go to the highlandsfl.gov and you click on our solid waste department, they have some updates posted there. And then the Sebring site will be by Max Longfield off of Hammock Road, by the ballparks there around the corner, and that is slated to be open on August 1st. And those will be staffed 3.5 days a week. I don't know if some of y'all watch the news. Other counties and cities Bradenton just stopped their curbside recycling for the same exact reasons: contamination, the cost, and really none of it was getting recycling for most part, just going to the landfill anyways. So they've taken a different approach, which I think has already backfired on them. They have put up different recycling dumpsters around the city that are not manned. And I heard that now they're dealing with all the garbage that's getting thrown in there, mattresses, just what have you. we knew ahead of time that that just doesn't work here. So all of our locations will be manned. They'll be fenced and locked when they're not open, because I'm going to tell you, if you don't, unfortunately, there's just not enough people that respect the process, and we'll be right back where we started. So they'll be manned 3.5 days a week, which will include half a day on Saturdays for people that are working. And we'll be taking glass, which we normally did not do before. So they'll get a lot of information out there. And really, it's, to me, that's the best program, because then you're going to get people that really want to make a difference and recycle the right way. And there'll be somebody there that if they're bringing something that's not recyclable, that it's not going to be put into the stream and contaminated.
Has there been any, in the short time that it's been up there, are they throwing it in front of the gates there, just leaving it on?
Not at this point.
Not at this point.
In any of the sites that we do, and we're putting up video surveillance also. Okay, so if we see some of that stuff, we can go back the night before, and it'll be positioned the way that we can see tag numbers and things like that.
Good.
And my second question, Scott, is on the Schumacher Road, you're going to move that 30 feet to the north. What is the reasoning for that?
What I'm being told is the road is kind of put in the wrong place. That through some surveying and what have you, the road should have been more to the north than what it was. And of course, you go back a number of years, and you know how things were done back then. And I guess somebody didn't dot their I's and cross their T's. But with the surveying and what have you that they've looked at, and that the road needs to be shifted to the north. So yeah, it's just one of the misfortunate things that was done. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
And anything else for Scott? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Happy Father's Day.
You too.
When's that? I do have one question regarding Schumacher. For us, well, you can listen to it. Do we have an up-to-date estimate on what it would cost to extend Cortez? Because if we're going to go talk to the county people, which I think we should,
That's the first thing we should do.
we should have a number on what we think it's going to cost to do Cortez. I know we did one a couple of years
We
ago.
had one last year, I think.
I guess my question would be, how good is I know we had one, but how good is it now? Because we probably have to put a certain percentage on top of it if it's still good.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
you
we're
know,
talking-
my suggestion, of course, if you haven't got an updated cost to get that and be looking at it as a consideration in your budget.
Right.
Or something you'd be putting away, because of course, if we can work this through the way that I hope to and what have you, there's going to be a commitment on each end. It's going to be a commitment that you guys are extending Cortez. We don't want to pave it and say, well, we don't have the money to extend Cortez. It's going to be another year or two. We would like to see it all happen at the same time. That would be
Yes,
the goal of mine.
As we would too.
We would
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
So I don't know who, is that Drew or is that?
Well, Drew and I talked to Excavation Point about 5.5 months ago, and also some plans from the county engineer's office. And at that time, it was a little over 300,000.
Well, we need
Because
the
that's
updated, we need to get whatever that is, an updated number, and then we can say, add 10% because it's at least a year away from doing it or something. We'll come
Yeah.
up with a percentage. At least we have something when we go in to talk to them.
At least you can cover your base of what you know now.
Right.
You know, and if it goes up another 10 or 15% by the time the project happens, at least you've got a majority of that
Right.
in your budget.
Right.
And
So
in
we
your
are
capital
going to
budget.
need a formal estimate.
Sure, yeah, yeah. But certainly take a look at that, and if we can help you out in any of those means, please reach out to me or staff, and we'll do what we can.
Okay.
Very good.
Anything? What?
Maybe I can shed some light. This Bill Norcross resident, this Shoemaker project has been going on for quite a while. And I can remember years ago, the first cost estimate was $125 a foot. Back then, when it was 7, 8, 9 years ago, I thought that was a lot of money. And now we're talking $600,000. Seems like an awful lot of money. But I don't know how long the road is, so I mean, I'm ignorant as far as that, but I thought it years ago, 125 a foot was kind of expensive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anything else on that issue? Thank you, Scott. Have a happy Father's Day to you. What?
Yeah.
They've got it from 5 months. If you have it from
we
5
did it
months ago,
not
just
long.
update it.
5 months ago, we got a price.
Mr. Hurley, can you speak in the microphone?
Talk into the mic.
That was 300,000 3 months ago.
or 5 months
That was
ago?
about 5
Just-
months ago.
Just find the
Is that right?
report. If it's valid and it's within the last 6 months, it's good enough for us to use to go talk to the people from the county. And so we needed to put on some kind of form that looks official and blah, blah, blah. So we don't look like we don't know what we're doing. Okay, so let's work on that. Action agenda, golf driving range mat. I guess that'd be you, Jimmy?
Motion.
Huh?
We need a motion in a second. Motion in a
Oh,
second
I'm
to
sorry.
discuss. Motion to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, thank you. Jimmy?
Good morning, Supervisors. Jimmy Murphy, Golf Course Superintendent. So we had, I think, 55 in there originally. That's the actual cost. He is probably 8 months out. They're doing, he does Michigan, Ohio, and Florida, I believe. But if we want to do it, we need to get it on the books for the fall or the spring. We would have an additional probably 1,500, 2,000. We can do it in-house as far as doing the border around the actual mat there. He's doing all the prep work.
Well, this right now is currently part of the proposed capital budget for this coming year. So it's
Yes,
listed
sir.
in there at 50,000.
Correct.
So I guess what he's asking for, because everything's such a time delay, if we'd like to get it done this year, like in October, we need to react to it now or not. Any board comments or questions?
I think we need to get it on the agenda
Anybody else?
for the fall.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we do fall?
Yes, the only thing that Corey asked is that we just give him a date that we can commit to, even if it's 30 or 45 days out. Because right now he is traveling all over the place and they're pretty busy doing a lot of it.
How long does this take to install, approximately?
Probably 2 weeks, a week.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Because you know what would be ideal? Since Deer Run's not going to be done most likely until October the 15th, that if we started this on October the 1st, when we reopen Deer, we'd have the situation addressed. And that would be in next year's budget as well.
That's a good idea. So can we do October 1 as our date?
I can call Corey and get a commitment. If we agree on it, then we can just do an intent
Okay.
for October, November.
You said that you guys, I didn't get that part. It's 32,250 without, is that including installation or not?
That is installation. That's prep work. That's the aggregate and everything underneath it.
What were you saying still needs to be done?
So the border, the brick pavers around the outside to create the edge around it so there's not any broken edges. So, you know, when you walk on it right now, when you walk up to it, you have a brick edge around it and it's just cleaner that way. There's no folds on it.
And that would be something we would do or they would do?
Yes, we would do it. We can do it.
So the total cost would be what?
Maybe another $1,500, whatever the brick pavers
So
cost.
35,000 will get us the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments from the board?
So we're talking 35,
Pardon me?
35,000.
35,000 is what he's saying.
Okay.
Any-
It's something I'm not necessarily that much on the driving range, so this is something that we need?
Yes.
Yes.
What
Let me
it would do,
explain-
Craig, is allow you to extend it further where we wouldn't have as many balls even near the road. And we would angle it back towards,
It also, let me take from a golfing standpoint, because I use the driving range quite a bit. What happens is it gets all ripped up and there's no place to go. When you have those mats, you can put everybody on those mats and give the grass also time to heal.
Yeah.
So it becomes a quicker process and the grass comes
Okay.
back a lot quicker as opposed to always being on it and it just gets ripped up.
well, and
Okay,
when we have
thank
the, I'm sorry, Craig, go ahead.
That's okay. I said, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, but the biggest thing is when you have your minor league tour here and stuff and they hit a lot of balls, we make them hit off the
You hit off
mats.
the mat. Yeah, if there's a special event, the kids, like the college kids, you
Yeah.
make them hit off the mats as opposed to ripping up the grass.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a win-win. I wish we would have done it when we put the other half in, but
I'll get
Yeah.
a commitment from Corey and see if October's a good date from him, and then I'll get back with you on that.
well, let's see if we're going to go with it. Is there any public comments on it?
I have a question.
Talking to
I'm sorry.
All
the
right, can I
microphone,
ask a
please.
question?
Yeah.
What's the life,
Mr. Hurley talking to the
what's the
microphone.
lifespan on this?
Probably 10 to 12 years. I mean, the main thing is keep the weather off of it.
Okay. So 10, 12 years and we won't have to hear it again.
No.
Okay, that's good.
You said
Any other board comments?
the thing to do is keep the weather off of it. What,
It just, basically, it depends. So really, a lot of these mats that we had at some of our other clubs, Craig, we used to actually go out and top dress these mats. And then you have a broom that you go back, and that is, it's kind of like a screen on it. I mean, when Corey gets here, we'll talk to it a little bit more, but we actually had brushes that we'd go out and beat these. And that's the thing with the synthetic turf, is that it actually gets top dressed and maintained.
Right.
So.
Public comments.
How you doing, Jimmy? Bill Norcross, resident again. On the golf mat, we know what happened to the other golf mat. Somebody took a slice out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks terrible. I mean, how can anybody be so terrible? Anyhow, what I suggested before to have either cameras out there or have camera signs to scare them off. Because, a simple little sign on the bucket return, it said, please return the buckets instead of disappearing with them. Well, guess what? That bin is almost filled all the time. Maybe people just take instructions, but they have to read it. So if they saw a sign up there that says cameras in action, maybe some of this baloney that goes on with people going out there picking up golf balls, people stealing golf balls, and people just not doing the right proper thing. I appreciate it if it was done. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. By the way, Mr. Herrick said he'd be over at 2 o'clock to hit off the mats in your backyard. Are there any other public comments? All right, I think so. I would like now to vote on this to see if we want to do it or we want to pass on it.
Do
So
we have a motion?
I move to approve.
Yeah, there's been a motion.
there's been a motion,
Oh,
so
that's right.
now we just come down to the actual vote.
Supervisor Hurley,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
No.
President Brooks.
Yes. Okay, Jimmy, you will get back to us? Yes, sir. If that date works, we'll shoot for October the 1st. And when we get the capital, we'll reduce it to 35,000. Utility rates and fees, that would be Chris.
Yes, good morning. And this is a very preliminary draft that I wanted to get the concepts out to you. We had a few delays put together because of the delays in the audit, and we are fine tuning some of the numbers on the loans. But basically, when you look at the first page and it just said rate adjustments necessary to reflect cost of operations and capital funding, support the issuance of new debt, and maintain adequate fund balances. We looked at some of the key assumptions on page 3, and that is really looking at anticipated capital funding of $13.6 million over a 6-year period. The big part of that is a bank loan to fund the meter replacement project, and also ballpark about $9 million to the SRF project. And that amount isn't in stone yet either, because we haven't received the facilities plan, but that's the number we're plugging in. And big things too, under page 4, key forecast assumptions. What we built into this was a transfer to the general fund of 2.5% of the annual system revenues. And you could call that a franchise fee. But basically, there are 26 local governments in Florida that in one way or another, from 2% to 13%, provide revenue back to the general fund as a cost of doing business. The utility operates in the district's right-of-ways. So that's the concept of it, but it gives a pretty stable number and a contribution that the general fund can use to budget for. And we also put in a transfer to the capital improvement fund at 10% of the annual system revenues, which basically is a set aside for R&R and capital needs. So it's really like taking 10% of your revenues and putting it in a savings account. And the next page is just some of the numbers on improvements and where that money's going. And again, these will all be fine-tuned over the next couple of weeks. The funding sources, revenue sufficiencies on page 7 kind of shows that we would be under what we need by 2027. And on page 9, it shows if we bring it up, meeting that need. But the big thing is, and I'll want to highlight this, is on page 8, we have some of these recommended rate adjustments. And it basically shows sewer going up 4% a year, 0 increase in the water rates, but that's going to change slightly. But the big impact in what it's showing you is the bill now where somebody at 5,000 gallons pays $48.50. Yes, it's 4%, but you're talking $1.18. It sounds a lot. And if you look at over the 5 years, you're going from $48.50, to $54. So about $6 over that 6-year period. And the next item I think is important too is looking at residential consumption on page 11. And we have a number of surrounding utilities in the area, and we are in the process of adding Avon Park and Sebring, but their rates are higher than us. And when you look at it, we have the lowest utility rates in the area. And if we move forward, even with the projected increase at this point, we'll still have the lowest utility rates in the area. I think we're going to be adding a couple minor items on the water to bring this up some, but we'll still be in the bottom 20% of utilities in the entire area on our rates and fees. And I know some people like to be the lowest. It doesn't work good on operations and capital improvements and repair and replacement. So,
But this 2.5, the 2.5% provides us the revenue that we need.
yes, sir. For right now, with that projected.
We don't know yet. We haven't done that yet.
Well,
Here's,
That's what this is. Isn't that what that chart's supposed to tell us?
yes. And we're putting those into
Doesn't
actual numbers in the budget. Like I can't tell you right now in this report, we do have it because we used it to generate that data, but we'll bring it back on July 8th and show you exactly how many dollars it generates. So
it's a ballpark.
Well, okay. All I'm getting, 2.5% seems very minor.
Right.
What he's going to, what I've asked, this is just a beginning. What I've asked Chris to do at the next meeting will be to prepare a piece of paper that gives all these comparisons of who's using what, including Avon Park and Sebring, with his recommendations on what we should be raising ours to and what the dollar implications are of those, of raising them. And then we can take that and compare it to our needs and make a decision accordingly.
Yeah, and we're showing here again, the budget for the utility, but it doesn't have the number to plug into the overall district's budget.
Remember, we still have, the bottom line for us, and we'll get into it later with the budget, is if indeed we have to borrow what we think we have to, and indeed if it's going to cost us what we think it has to, we have to have about a little over $1,050,000 in 5 years more than we have today of available monies to spend. Whether we do that through assessments, or we do it through rate increases, that's what we still have to decide.
What was the amount, right, I'm sorry, what was the amount in 5 years?
Speak into your mic, please.
What was the amount? I didn't.
The ballpark number we're running with right now is $6 million for the stormwater drainage.
Yeah.
And $10 million for the water plant. And Chris has looked up on an amortization, I can never say that word correctly, chart that would run us a little over $1 million a year for 20 years. But I can tell you, the only number we have for sure is what we're going to decide today on the drainage situation. We don't know about the plant yet, what it's going to cost. We're guessing 10, it could come in at 8, and that changes the numbers dramatically. So we don't have that number yet. So until we get the firm numbers, we really can't decide, but it's going to be somewhere around $1 million that we're going to have more in 5 years than we have today.
Oh, I agree. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And And part of this too, and we're outlining it, and you could put it all together as the budget, but the utility fund's an enterprise fund. And what you're going to do with the money is impact the customer rates. The facilities plan we're talking about in stormwater, that's straight general fund and assessment based. So, and there's also some forces at work too, with labor costs going up and chemical costs going up, and that you can't do anything about. And to give you a quick reality check on it, we started bringing our salaries up with some of our utility workers, across the board, and asked for some new positions. And while we were pulling this information, talking to him, he said, well, they just poached a worker from Sebring because for their utility trainees, they went up to $16.50 starting salary.
For a trainee.
Yep. And we're paying a lot of our people, brought it up to $14.50. So I'm going to be looking at making some adjustments in this budget, because otherwise we're back to that giving people a year or so of training them, and they're just going to go down the street to make $4,000 more a year. Yeah, it's a big reality check. And as you know, with pipe and equipment and valves and that stuff's all gone up 25%. It's shocking, but we are in a good spot because we have the lowest rates in the area. And even if we bring our rates up, it's going to be a moderate increase, a very affordable increase. And luckily we have room to move up and still be in the bottom 20% of charges. So,
Okay.
with a lot of forces at work, and we'll bring a more complete draft and the impact of the overall budget to you on July 8th.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to decide on July 8th. This is just an FYI. Take a look at it, digest it. Are there any questions on that for Chris from the board? Any public comments other than what we've heard? All right, let's go on to stormwater facilities plan for the SRF funding. That's Chris, you again.
Sure. I'll bring that up. We brought this to the board.
Chris and Drew. Drew. Oh, yeah, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you. That's between you and whichever one of you guys want to do this.
You can continue with where you started.
Okay. Well, at the last meeting, we brought this draft forward, and there were several options on it, and the board provided some direction to us to put that figure at $6 million for the facilities plan. And the board isn't making a commitment to borrow the money at this time. All we're doing, asking today, is to approve this plan and set a public hearing date for July 8th. And at that point, if the board approves it and adopts a resolution, that report is transmitted to the DEP in Tallahassee, and they go through their review and make a recommendation to their next funding meetings in August. And if it's approved at that meeting, they send an agreement back to us. And it's at that point, the loan terms are put in and you would move forward. And we'll do, again, an amortization schedule, and there is for the general fund, but it would be a 20-year loan for that $6 million to rehabilitate the stormwater system. And the interest rates are still low with the SRF, and there was a huge infusion in federal money. Stormwater rates aren't as low. The wastewater rates are still like 0.03% for the SRF, and the stormwater is a little bit higher, but it's still, you can't borrow the money commercially like that. But that's where it'll go and where the rubber will hit the road. So this is just approving the plan that we put the public hearing, we do the resolution and send it off to DEP.
Okay, I know there were changes that you have made
Correct.
based on, I think, what the board kind of decided. Do you want to just review those changes real quick?
Yes, they all happened. I think it started on page 21 with the alternatives, or that was our main area of discussion at the last board meeting. We put everything back in the proper order. When y'all decided to cap it at the 6 million, which happened to coincide with the additional ditch cleaning work. So I revised everything to show that was going to be our selected alternatives. I think officially they get selected during the public, I think that's the proper order. The public hearing that technically is the official selection. That's where this would be, because this document is technically a living document until we're done with public hearings and everything, until it gets submitted. So we're officially going to pick all these, which we already have, so we can technically updated at the public hearing, like if something happens or if the public we get a lynch mob and they come in and tell you, we don't want to do all this, it could change up until that point. But right now, it shows all of the updated numbers and figures for the $6 million selection. I've embolded the individual paragraphs that we decided to pick, which is I rearranged everything to option 2 as our selected alternatives for each 4 locations, and then updated the final summary sheet of all the selected plans on page 25 to reflect all of those selected plans. And then, of course, I changed out on page 26, the totalization of all the work and the summary of the numbers and cost figures. Updated that $1 million. And then also the appendix sheets, I rearranged those. So we brought the 6 million to appendix A for the selected plan. That's the general gist of the updates.
I guess, Beverly, you were the one that had a concern. Has your concern been answered?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, good. Are there any other questions from the board? Any public comments? So, correct me now, we are not voting for this until the next meeting, or we are voting on this?
You're voting to accept this plan, approve it, and schedule the public hearing for July 8th.
Okay. Do I have a motion for that, or do I?
So moved.
We already did it? Let's vote it.
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley,
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. Thank you, Drew.
Yeah, and Drew's recitation there was correct. This is still a living document. Once the public hearing is made and the public makes their opinion known, the board can make changes up till that point. But the vote at the public hearing is what, after the public hearing is what will be final.
Okay. Okay. Add-on items? None. Petitions and communications? None. Staff reports. Golf.
Good morning again. Gave everybody our written staff report. I am gonna try to, Joey and I are gonna see if we can get the mini excavator next week. I'm gonna try to start working on 18 bunker on Deer. We've been kind of busy lately doing the verticut and the air fine. Also gave you the update on irrigation. The 2 inches, the issue right now, there's 80,000 linear feet of the 2 inch. Sorry, Ray, it's probably under a bunch. So we've been talking to them daily, and there's a bunch of it on train right now getting ready to come, but it's all the big pipe. So the 2 inch is what's going to hold us up. They're talking July 13th for it. David from Westco Turf called them yesterday and said if we can get any 2 inch to ship it and don't wait till it's all manufactured. So it all started out with the polymer, with the pipe, getting it, and then, you know, they're in California, so they're running at 70% right now. But the rest of it should start showing up next week. So talked to Carl. Carl is going to double up his crew. He says he has 100 people in the state of Florida. He will double up the crew. And that email was actually from Carl, and he still thinks he can do October 1. He just didn't want to put it in writing. But he said he will do everything he can to get me finished up in September.
Talk to me about the bunker work on 18 on Deer. What are you going to do?
If you guys would like to come out or call me next week, I'll paint it out. And I mean,
Are we going to take it all around?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to take it all the way back to where our valve is because I don't want to mess with the valve, but it's basically the width of the green.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to bring it up the back of the slope a little bit where it'll catch the ball up top. And then I'm going to take it down by the bulkhead where it'll be open a little bit where the ball won't run through or off the bulkhead, or the sand won't wash into the lake as well.
Okay.
So we're going to try to get started on that as quick as we can.
Okay.
So that being said, if, I think it allows me an opportunity to verticut turtle again and reopen deer for a couple of weeks. I mean, if you guys are all right, I'd like to do that. They're getting a little thick over there, but just like to, if I could get a couple of days on turtle to verticut, that would be good. Top dress it and reopen it. So talking to Carl last night, he feels like July 5th will be his date. And so I'll keep you up to date on that as quick as I find out about the 2-inch. The rest of it's on a train coming from California.
I thought, obviously I was wrong. I thought we bought all the materials. Didn't we?
We
deal with
locked
this
them
months ago?
No, we bought all the
Locked in
Toro
the price.
product, Mr. Brooks.
I'm sorry?
We bought all the Toro product. We
Oh,
bought
okay.
all the accessories from Toro. The pipe, we agreed to lock in the price and did the letter of intent, or did the commitment to purchase. But they won't stockpile it. And then, like I said, it's petroleum-based product, so it's going all over the place. Carl said for the last 4 months, all he's done is move 2-inch from job to job, shipping it himself.
Okay, well, if you're changing dates, which is fine.
Yes, sir.
We knew you might have to do this. I want you to resend out an updated list of what the new dates are.
Yes, sir.
Because I believe everybody's been told Deere's closing for
Yeah, I've been looking out my back window.
for the season. So if it's changing, that's fine. Just let's make sure we notify everybody.
Right. And
including us.
You guys are all right with us reopening it back up for a couple of weeks as well, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, whatever needs to be done. I am
check the
concerned
tournament.
personally about Turtle.
Excuse me?
I am concerned about Turtle, that it's not being closed down to do any work on. No, I mean, we usually close Turtle 4 weeks during the summer on and off to do work on it.
Well, like I said, it worked out where I verticut before when we had deer open, I verticut it. So it's, I mean, we closed it down for the aerification and the verticut and everything else, 3 weeks ago?
No, I'm fine with opening Deer and closing Turtle to do more work on it, is basically what I'm saying. I was
Yes, sir.
concerned that we weren't doing that and it would hurt the cost. I look at Turtle like number 11 on the left, from basically the tee box all the way up to the green. I mean, that's just.
The where by the wood line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I mean, so if you're closing down, maybe there's something you can do during that. I also look at 5 on the right side by the waterbed. It's horrible. I mean, so there is work that needs to be done on Turtle. If this works out and you can close it, have Deer open and do some, positive work on it, that would be great.
We're doing our best we can.
That was my concern. That one of the things that I thought I noticed this week is that excuse me, the holes were the same probably through the weekend and all the way through Tuesday, and the edges around the hole were basically dead. I don't know how often it's changing holes, but I think we need to change them more. You can't ignore Turtle just because you're busier now on Deer.
No, sir, we haven't. We change them Monday, Wednesday, Friday is our days right now.
I
I
disagree with you.
Well, Craig, so I'm not arguing. I'm just saying we have pin placements now in the pro shop. So we can show you the rotations we've done. So if we start on a 1 on Monday, then it goes to a 2 and a 3. So, I mean, we've been changing them, but they get changed every 3 days. So like today, I believe it was a pin 3 or whatever. And then so Monday.
I'm talking the actual hole.
I can't change that pin placement on the sign
Oh,
without
well,
changing
yeah,
the hole.
true.
So that's what I'm saying. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday right now. We haven't missed a day, sir. Richard Garcia cuts them. He's a member here. And then Darrell Holt's the other one.
He's a good golfer too.
From what I understand, he had 5 birdies yesterday and shot 73 or whatever.
Yeah, I played with him.
He's
I do have are there any other questions for these guys about?
And Craig, I did order some new drops area signs. Can I ask you guys a question on this now? Andy and I had a discussion on this yesterday. All right, so here's my belief. So they've been putting it on the approach on number 2. All right, so that really shouldn't be that way. The only person that should really get a drop inside the aqua tee would be somebody playing the aqua tee. Other than that, I believe everybody should drop on the red tee. and that's where,
Which hole are you on?
number 2 Turtle.
They didn't have the signs up yesterday.
Well, there was there Monday and somebody must have thrown it. So we took the one off 18.
Somebody didn't like what you did, that's all.
I
That's
played-
what they do here.
but
They change it
rules-
I played
themselves.
Monday.
Huh?
I played Monday, and the drop signs on Monday when I played about.
I know, that's what I said, but it was gone yesterday or whatever
But
day.
I think that's an illegal drop. You have to take them back to the Reds.
I agree.
Where
That's where it
they-
should
Where do
be.
you think they should be?
On the red
On
tee.
the Reds.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that's where I put it back, and then I guess somebody didn't like it, so they either chunked it in the water or did some, I don't know. There's one back there now, right now, and it's on the red tee.
Thank you.
Somebody
So-
didn't like it? Okay.
That's all I have.
Any,
And the same
anything
thing
else?
on
Mike, you got anything
Here.
before?
It needs to be on the Reds.
Oh, is it? I didn't look at it. I'm sure it's very. Any questions for these guys besides what I want to ask? I got a question. On your weekly report that you sent out, why in the first week of the month would you estimate that you're going to overspend your expenses by $30,000? How?
That was the increase,
going on?
that was the increase in price for that bulk FERD app that we approved through the board. And in fact, it's actually, when it comes
That
out
was the
next week,
increase of what?
the bulk FERD app that we told you about, the price increase by, what was the percentage?
It was 89%.
Yeah, and,
We voted on that
yeah.
and approved it.
And those expenses have been actualized and it wasn't quite that high, so it'll be adjusted in next week's report.
Okay, if we voted, I didn't remember. Let me ask you about Tanglewood. You sent out an email saying that the rates for Tanglewood currently are, I guess, at $24 and the current resident rate is 27. Is that, I mean, that's your email.
Yeah, that's correct.
So what would happen in November? So the rates always fluctuate, correct?
Right.
Is there always a $3 difference or is it? what's the deal?
It's probably not exactly a $3 difference, no. But it's probably not too far from that. Those rates are fairly close to each other all year round.
And do we publish the resident rate? I don't remember.
Yes.
But we don't publish the Tanglewood rate.
No, the Tanglewood rate is not published. That's like a league rate.
Why, and I know we've had this conversation before, and obviously I missed it. Why are we giving Tanglewood lower than the residents?
Well, first off,
Before you answer, I could swear that a couple of years ago, we said not to do that, but I probably am wrong.
so, well, first, Tanglewood folks are considered residents. If they come out on their own date and play on their own,
Right.
just booking tee time, they're paying the resident rate.
Right.
But the Tanglewood as a league, they guarantee us so many players twice a week throughout the year. That's why they get a price break for that, for guaranteeing us that play. It's the same thing you would do with a tournament or other leagues or groups that we have.
It's a lot of lost revenue.
Or not. I mean, if they're not, to me, it's not lost revenue. To me, it's guaranteed revenue. If you charge them X amount more or whatever, they'll go play somewhere else. You know, they'll move for $1. I've lost Tanglewood in the past from where I was before to Sun and Lake over $1. They will move. I mean, it's guaranteed revenue in an 8 o'clock shotgun that's hard to fill.
What are group rates at the other courses?
Well, Tanglewood has a group rate at all the other courses. I do not know what that is.
Well, they have a group rate here, 20.
Correct. They have a group
$27.
right here, and it fluctuates throughout the year.
How many players do they guarantee you?
Well, it changes throughout the year. Obviously, it's more in season and less in the summer.
Changes by what? A month, a week?
In the fall, it starts to increase. So when you go through November and December, it goes up, and then January through March is when they're at their highest, when they probably got 30 to 40. I could probably print a report for you, an actual report of how many came each
My question
week.
being, if they guarantee you 40 and they show up for 30, with 38, do they pay you for 40?
No.
No, I don't have the exact agreement. I can provide that to you. I don't know it off the top of my head, but if you would like to know what that is, I will have Andy put it together and send it to you.
What's the difference in the money? The rates, what's the rates?
Currently it's $3 different.
All right,
As
so
we
you're
stand.
talking 40 players times 3? sometimes.
For the difference, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's, common practice in the golf business. If you have groups, you do group rates to
But if they,
guarantee them coming.
but if they don't meet the minimum, are we charging them?
Well, I'm not sure if they aren't meeting the minimum. I don't know what their agreement is. I'll have to go see Andy and see what that agreement is to see what it is they do.
It should be penalized.
Minimum rates.
Correct. So let me get with Andy. I'll see their agreement for what they have, and then I will give it to you.
Are there any other groups
Yes.
that we give, that pay less than $27? Or is Tanglewood the only exception?
Tanglewood may be the only one that's below the resident rate. We do have other groups that are non-residents. Like I said, Tanglewood is a resident group, and they do get group rates in season. But I believe they're at or above our resident rate. I could provide those for you too if you would like.
How about the lead, Mike? What's their rate?
The Tuesday night summer league.
The summer, yeah.
So they play 9 holes. It's $11 or $12.
Okay, so that's pretty much, okay.
Yeah, but that's a dead time.
Yeah, which is more. That's more than the twilight rate, really.
Right.
Mike, several years ago, my only complaint wasn't what you were charging. It was that I knew for a fact that there was 4 or 5 players that weren't Tanglewood people playing in that group. And I'm sure it's still going on. That's the problem I have, because all of a sudden, if friends with friends and they don't have to live in Tanglewood, they come over here and play in the Tanglewood group and get that rate. Now, I don't have the answer to that, other than I asked someone at the time not to check IDs, but
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to do that. I mean, it's $3, or they shouldn't even be able to play in it, but it's not like it's.
Well, but if they're not Tanglewood.
But they're not, I mean, it's.
Then they should be paying even
Right,
more than.
they shouldn't be able to play, but.
So Michael,
I don't want to tell them what.
just get this straight for me, because these guys, they're all over the place, all right? What is the rate to play with Tanglewood, and do they have to live in Tanglewood? I think that's what Michael's saying.
For sure. I'm unaware. I'm unaware of any specific incidents where if somebody has a guest and they come and pay that rate, I'll be happy to follow up on that. I mean, I'm not out there every Tuesday and Thursday morning checking their roster, but I'm happy to look into that and see what the deal is of that. I'll get their agreement. I can forward that to you to see what their agreement is. But it is, I mean, what we're doing is common practice. I mean, we're filling a 8 o'clock shotgun Tuesday and Thursday morning.
Is this all based on them getting the lowest price possible, or is it based on, I mean, what is it based on? If I told you take the membership rate and reduce that to 24, what would Tanglewood say?
Say that again, the member?
If I asked you, or if we discussed taking the member rate that's currently 27 down to the Tanglewood rate, which is 24, what would happen?
I don't think that would really bother them much. I think it's more them comparing what our rate is to other courses. I know when I first got here in Sebring, and like I said, I was at another course for 9 years. We had the Tanglewood group on Tuesday morning at that club, and they were here Thursday morning over here. Well, I went up $1 on them, and that's why they're here Tuesdays and Thursdays now. So they're not afraid to move for $1.
I would prefer one rate. I don't care how you get to it. But why do we have to have, why do I tell the residents, here's the lowest rate, and then here's Tanglewood paying less? I mean, how do you justify that?
Well, it's like I said, they're guaranteeing us, they're bringing their group here every Tuesday and Thursday in an 8 o'clock shotgun. That's common practice in the golf business to do that.
Guaranteeing you $1 million
Correct.
every year
And
in what we pay.
Right. Well, the average member
Have a
rate.
minimum number that you're supposedly bringing.
Correct. So
And
again,
Are they making that?
Sure. So I don't know what their agreement is off the top of my head. I didn't look into that, but I'd be happy to do that and follow up with you.
I mean, are they looking for a good price, or are they looking for a price that's below anything else that we have?
They're going to shop.
Are they shopping? What are they shopping? I mean, right now, what's our regular rate if you come in off the street?
It's over 30.
It's over 30,
Right.
and they're paying 24. That's pretty good.
And the resident rate's 27. That's just a resident calling up and booking a tee time at 11 o'clock or playing in one of your member groups.
And that's cart and everything?
Yes. Everything we do is cart.
Do they use any of their own carts?
Tanglewood has, there is a couple of members that play in the Tanglewood group.
Right.
They are allowed to use their own cart, but you cannot use your own cart unless you are a club member.
Yeah, I just see them out there. That's fine.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I think one price, I don't know why we discount off of the resident rate. If the resident rate's too high, lower it.
I don't, in my,
I don't know how much the resident rate is even used. How much is it used?
it's used a lot.
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah, no, just, we're good.
I wouldn't change it. I would not recommend changing what we do.
Let's don't lose
You would just,
revenue.
I just think you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Here's the resident rate, it's the lowest rate possible for people living here, but Tanglewood's going to get a lower.
Well,
That's
Mr.
what we're
Gilpin,
saying.
you told me you ran a group in Indiana, right? And you went club to club?
I'm
And
talking
you
separate.
shop prices, right, for your group, because you had a group and clubs would give you a reduced rate?
We actually beat up the pros every
Absolutely.
year.
So if a club wanted to have your group come to their course, they would give you a deal, correct?
Right. And
That's just how it
we wouldn't
operates.
go
That's
with
just how you,
That's,
that's just how it works.
yeah.
Let's see if they're abiding by the contract.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that for
So,
sure.
if we up the rate, what are we gonna lose? I mean, you're saying that they'll leave for $1. How many golfers and how many days are we losing these people for?
They're here 2 days a week. I mean, you're talking a lot of revenue. I can
Right,
give you,
but
I can
that's
give
what
you a full year's worth of revenue.
I mean, that's what we gotta look at.
It's
is
tens
what
of
we're gonna
thousands
be
of
losing.
dollars. It's tens of thousands of dollars.
No, you
Right.
also got to look at what's right and what's wrong.
I actually may have that data back there.
All right, fine. I just wanted to bring it up. I had somebody ask me. Obviously, it sounds like the board's not interested in pursuing it.
I'm not
It's just like it
I'm not
is.
saying that. I want to see what they're doing. What the
Yeah, I want to see
Sure.
the contract.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue is if there's a contract in play, we need to make sure they're abiding by it.
Is there?
And that's
there is a
fine.
contract?
we need to decide.
Yes, I will follow up with the contract.
All right, at the next meeting, bring us the contract and.
Yeah, I'll send it to you ahead of time and then we
so
can discuss it if you want.
We'll discuss it at
Yep.
the next meeting.
Thank you.
And I'd like to know, are they adhering to the contract? Are they bringing as many golfers as they say they are?
Absolutely. So we'll follow up on both of those.
All right, any other issues on that? Any other questions for Mike? Public? I lost my track.
That was golf, right? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Who's next?
Is that golf end?
I think Ariel's next.
Ariel?
Good morning, Supervisors. I also provided a written staff report, so a couple of updates to that. Under the Human Resources Department for Recreation, I had that we had a recreation attendant vacancy, which we do not have anymore. That position has been filled. However, as you know, Kelly's resignation is effective for July the 8th, so we will be taking a look at the organizational chart and making adjustments from there to see what positions, how they kind of fall and what we need to be filling for moving forward. So until then, we're working on making sure we've got everything covered before she heads out of state.
Ariel, are you planning on replacing Kelly?
I'm going to take a look at the organizational chart and see if that's what the best route to go is, whether it's replace that position or, because obviously what was shown in the organizational chart that you saw before was that we were going to have the Kelly potentially moving up into that community services director position, and then having like a lead recreation attendant, if you will, somebody to handle the operations and the scheduling and some of that nature to keep that building operational. In my opinion, I think that's still the best route to go. That seems to make the most sense to me from a staffing standpoint. I would still like to go that route. But we will reconvene on that.
That's fine. I just didn't know what your plans were, so.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yes, that's much better.
And I'd just like to personally thank Kelly for her work effort especially during the transition that we had. I mean, you guys were jumping through hoops trying to keep things operational, and we're going to miss you.
Absolutely. Could not agree with you more. Thank you. So the next update is with regards to the community newsletter. On each of your desks, I left a very rough draft of what we've been working on from a design standpoint. Just a note on that I've sent a couple edits to be made in addition to that, so that doesn't reflect that. Couple of just wordsmithing changes. In addition to that, I feel like we're going to need a little bit more space. So I'm working with the design agency to see how we can kind of reconfigure some of this to add additional space into that.
Is there any particular reason it's in Spanish?
Well, it's all placeholder. That's obviously not a community update. So that is just to show that there's text there. So pretend that is very relevant text from a very good newsletter that you will be receiving when the quarterly newsletters go out. That is more to give you an idea from a design standpoint.
Is this 4 pages? Or is this just an idea?
It would be it's look at it from a design standpoint is what I'm telling you, because the layout's going to change, because I think we're going to need more space for community updates, project updates, things of that nature. I think that by the time you actually put content in there, we're going to need just a bit more space. So we're working on it from a layout standpoint, but wanted to show you kind of from a design standpoint where we're at, what we're looking at. That is going to be a trifold. The way that that's laid out is it's going to be a trifold mailer. In the staff update that I gave as well, I gave you an idea of costs and what that would look like to mail that particular piece.
You're gonna need 8 pages. If you're gonna do this right, which I assume we would want to. I mean, there's nothing in here, for example, board president, I guess that's okay. The GM should certainly have a say-so. There should be something in here from the restaurant.
There is a
recreation.
Yes, there's a space for recreation. There's a space for golf and restaurant on there as well. As I
The
said,
amount of space is,
yes, I agree, which is why I said I'm working with them on a different layout so that we can add more space, because I don't feel like the space that's shown there is adequate.
right, I think you have to expand the number of pages.
Yes, I agree. That's what I'm working on.
And I'm thinking at least 8, really. That's what you're gonna need. If you want to inform the people, the residents, what's going on. You need a whole page like for a calendar of events. You need a whole page for restaurant specials and restaurant, what they're doing. Something from the chef, from,
And
what's
you
the
want
chef's
this,
name?
Ralph.
Ralph.
You want this to go out monthly?
No, quarterly. It's only,
Quarterly?
yeah. It's only gonna go out quarterly. It's gonna go out 4 times a year, right?
It's going to be on the website.
It is. So one of the things that we had kind of talked about with that design company is because of the insane cost of doing an individual mailer, I think that with the new website design, there's a really good way to incorporate the calendar of events, for instance, because it's going out once a quarter. So what that would mean is I would have, or whoever would have to have the exact detail of every event that happens in 3 months from now. In a perfect world, that's the way that it seems like it would happen, but that's not the way that it works when you're doing events, when you're adding vendors or something happens and we have to change this. So to put a calendar of events out 3 months ahead of time, I don't know that would work, because if I put it out and it's got a Zumba class on it and the Zumba class is canceled and you got it 3 weeks ago, you're going to be beating on our door wanting to know why there's no Zumba, because you saw it in the newsletter 3 months ago.
Right. That makes sense.
You change the website.
We're in the middle of changing the website, so.
No. You change what's on the website.
And we will,
The
yeah.
The mailing is what we have at the time that it goes out.
Okay.
That's how I look at it. Changes are going to happen, they're going to happen. That's why you're putting it on the website, I assume.
That's why we're putting it on the website. One of the comments that I added in that design element was to put in a section where it says to view a calendar of events that include recreation, this, and this. Please visit our website here.
Put an asterisk subject to change.
Yes, and we actually do that on our calendar of events now because it changes all the time.
How are we using the board on 27? Do you guys use that at all?
Yes, I believe Chris has put quite a number of pieces out. I think that there was some information with regards to the board seat.
Yeah.
So yes, I do believe that that is being utilized, yes.
So could we use that if there's a change or, I mean, I don't know how often we can get on it and get off it. I mean, just another avenue. I mean,
I think that if it was a matter of a change to the calendar of events, it would be most pertinent to change either on the website or to put in an email blast, because it's going to, more so than it's going to affect oncoming traffic on 27 or just Highlands County as a whole, it affects the residents of Sun and Lake. So that would be the most direct contact that we would be able to deliver that to them.
And I'll make a comment with one of the reasons we also got Fish Slapped involved is putting together a newsletter is one thing, putting together a newsletter that looks good in a digital format online and also on one of those digital signs is a different product. So when we have that product in a digital format with the newsletter, we can make changes to it. We can port it over to the sign people and they can use that content and update and put whatever we want on it, restaurant, et cetera. And the big thing is, again, you want to continue to mail them out in the utility bill, or do you want to have 100 of them available to residents and otherwise it's online? And I bring that up because most of them, I think, end up going in the trash when they go out with the utility bill. It is very costly, and there's some hidden costs in there. Like right now, the postage for the utility bill goes up because that newsletter's in it, and the utility department's absorbing it. I don't plan to continue doing that. I plan to have the general fund assessed for that postage if you continue
It's all
a
our
mailer.
money.
so,
It doesn't matter what fund it comes.
so Chris, what you're saying is, just so I'm on, all right, is to not send it out, put it on, and then just keep 100 in the office, people can pick up themselves.
The office over into the clubhouse and
The
the
clubhouse,
restaurant.
right.
Yeah, make them
And then
available.
we can eliminate mailing, right?
Right.
Well, what's wrong? If it's on the website and we keep 100 in the office, what's wrong with that?
Why waste the
We can
money?
add them in.
Why waste the money?
Why waste the money to have 100 in the office?
Well-
Just put it on the website and call it a day then.
There are some people that like it printed. I would say not many. I will tell you, for every event that we work doing the socials or anything where we've got the public coming in, we've been doing the socials, the ice cream socials for years. And it inevitably, you'll get somebody say, oh, this is my first time here. We said, oh, we do them every month. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we put it in the newsletter. Oh, that thing that comes with the utility bill, I throw that away.
And that's true.
9 times out of 10.
She's right.
You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Which one do
No,
you
I'm
want?
not. What I'm telling you is, I think this is a waste of money. Honestly.
The whole intention was to let the people know what's going on.
You got it on-
Nobody, you guys all are
You got it on the
confident. Just a
website.
second. You guys are that confident that everybody's looking at the website? Are you guys that confident?
Not me.
How we
'cause
notify?
I don't.
We do a very good job at notifying the golf membership. We do a horrible job of notifying anybody who's not. That's where I'm coming from.
I don't agree to that.
The piece that we send out in the bills now, we've talked about it, is more advertising than it is content.
It is, it's too frequent. There's not enough, and there's not enough information to put out every single month because it's not truly monthly. It's every 2 weeks because you have to make it, you have to print it, you have to have it in time to go in a utility bill. So we don't have enough that's circulating every
I'll tell you what,
2 or 3 weeks.
All I hear is negatives. If you guys would rather just drop the whole thing, fine, drop it.
As long as it's on the internet.
Huh?
All right. I agree.
Instead of,
I think it's, listen, I've been here 8 years. I seen them sitting on a counter, right? And then I see them, I'll come in and then they're in a wastebasket. All right? So you want to know the truth, right?
I think
Well,
there
spade,
is the
spade.
potential to have some printed. I think that we can drop that number from 4,000 substantially and have some that are printed in the office, some that are printed in the recreation office. I'm sure Mike would be happy to put some of ours over in golf so that if you want to grab one, by all means, grab a printed copy. I just don't know that 4,000 people are looking at it.
How much is it to print it?
how many homes we got? We don't have
4,000.
4,000 homes.
Well, I can tell you we're printing 4,000 right now,
Right. And we've done that.
a month.
Ariel,
We
what's the
have that many
cost of the
homes?
print? What's the cost of the printing every month?
3,200.
$1,096, and that does not include the postage because as Chris mentioned, right now that postage cost is being absorbed through the utility bills, like in the utility fund.
So what would you suggest? How many should we print and where do we put them? Just the place that you just said, right?
No, I think if we printed 500, that would be more than people would pick up.
I agree.
And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, and we may have to up the number, but I think if we printed 250 to 300 and put 100 in each of those 3 locations, I would be surprised if there weren't some left over.
So why don't we start with that number?
If you're
Let's
gonna
try
print,
it.
if you're printing them for people to pick up, I think you're wasting your money.
So
I will do whatever the board directs me to do. Let me put that caveat out there, but that is my professional opinion.
One thing I would say is if, in fact, we get a newsletter that is a newsletter and we mail it out, people may read it. The way it is right now, we know what's in there, and as soon as we get it, we toss it for the most part. So if, in fact, we get a good quality newsletter.
It's going to be on the internet.
Well, it'll be on the internet,
Right.
but it could very well be that people will read it if you send it to them. And I'd be willing to try it. And if we get the same kind of response that we've got from what we're currently doing, then obviously we don't need to be doing it.
I don't think that the people outside of the membership who live in the district will ever look at us online. I mean, they just don't. They're not going to look at us. The only way you can communicate.
Do you
with
think
them,
that's because they don't care about the information or they're not going to find it online? Because if it's a matter of not necessarily being interested in the information, they're not going to read it either.
If you send it to them and they have to open it, they'll read it. They'll look at it, which is more than they're going to do. Listen, that's fine. I'll go either way. I think we do an inadequate job of communicating with anybody but golfers. And golfers, as we all know, are 10% of the damn population. And that's it. And we give them 90% of the attention, and the other people we say, screw yourself. To a certain extent. I don't mean it that way.
Yeah, no, I would disagree with that completely, but I understand what you're trying to convey.
Can I make a motion?
No,
To go,
we're still
I'm done
talking.
anyways.
We're still talking. What's your motion, Mike?
And if we want.
I'd like to make a motion to go with Ariel. She's doing the job. If she's telling us to do it, let's try her way this time. Let's try it for a few months. Right, go with the 500, whatever, and see where we are. We're throwing away 2,000 or 3,000 every month, and I'm telling you right now.
We're spending, her budget that she's put here is less than we're spending now.
Well, she won't
You
need
did
it.
look at it, right? You
Yeah.
saw that.
So
It's
here's
less.
my question. Like I said, I don't mind sending out the 4,000 right out of the gate because it doesn't make a difference on my workload. My question would be, do you have any thoughts on how we would gauge whether or not people are reading it? Other than what, sending out a survey and saying, hi, do you read this?
No, you're never going to know. You either decide to do this as a community service or you don't.
Correct.
I mean, there's no way to gauge it.
I will second Mike's motion.
Thank you.
I would suggest that we get what we believe to be the final version
Okay.
of what this is going to look like. And we can probably make a much better decision on whether or not that's something that we think the masses would like.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Well, we've got two motions.
No, we got a motion and a second.
Huh?
We have a motion and a second.
Right.
So we can discuss and if I'm the correct is the motion is that Ariel tries having printed copies available, but not to go out,
Right.
not to be mailed out with the
utility bills.
How can we possibly vote on that when we don't know what it's going to look like?
Well, with what's current, I mean, I'm assuming, and like I said, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I'm assuming is that every time a utility bill goes out, there's a newsletter that's included with it.
Right.
Okay. If I'm understanding correctly is the motion is to stop that and to have 500 printed copies available at, different district locations and to stop the practice temporarily of them being included in the utility bill mailing.
I'm going to ask you the same question. How can we vote on that when we don't know what it's going to look like?
Well,
I don't think what it looks like has anything to do with my vote.
It's been going on, like I say, it's been going on for how long? You know, how long has the newsletter been being included in the utility bill?
It's not the same newsletter that.
No, I understand that. Any newsletter. Right. I think that's the motion, is that no newsletter is to be included. We have a newsletter, even if it's the exact same format that's been going out for the past, however many years, that's available not to be, the motion is not to be included in the utility bill.
Yeah.
So that's the motion in the second.
Okay. Are we voting on killing the current newsletter? Can we separate these? I think
If you want to
we all
make
agree
it,
that we want to stop the current newsletter in the form that it's in. I think we can all probably agree to that. No? Bad idea?
well, if we want to break it up, if we want to say the current motion is, and Mike, correct me if I'm incorrect, but the current motion is we're going to stop the newsletter, any newsletter, going out with the utility bill. Right. On a temporary, I don't know if we want to say 1 month or if we want to make it temporary or until it's
3 months.
So can I add something here?
Sure, we're just trying to clarify.
Okay, yeah, so just for the sake of clarification, the July newsletters have already been printed. They're ready to be picked up. They're going out in the utility bill because the utility bills are getting ready to go out. I would need to confirm, the reason that we have continued what we've been doing as we have and not started the quarterly before is because we had existing advertising agreements for the people who were inside the newsletter. If I'm not mistaken, I think that we have one more that is contractually into that August newsletter, which would go out in the month of July, which is why we propose to start the quarterly in September. So what would happen, the way I understood it based on what we've talked about in previous meetings, is that starting in September is the first time that this new edition would go out. Once that happens, it's quarterly from September on.
Right.
So what I guess I would need clarification on through all of this is the distribution route that the board is wanting me to take.
I don't think we're going to be ready to do this in September if we do it at all. I don't. I think we're trying to push it.
I don't.
Okay, well, how about this then? If we're contractually obligated to include advertising, yes. So let me get with Ariel and we'll come back at the next board meeting about a potential plan to stop, stop including them in the.
There's no plan. Don't renew any agreements.
We haven't. We haven't.
So there's no plan. You've got one more commitment. You do the commitment.
We have been operating under the plan based on what we talked about at the previous board meetings, which was what I just explained, that we have an advertising agreement that has to go out in August.
If you have a commitment for another newsletter, do it.
That's what our plan currently is.
Well, fine.
I haven't changed that.
Right. What do we have to vote on?
Well, we have a motion in a second. So that's, yeah. But if you want to withdraw the motion, my recommendation, based on everything that's just come to light, be to withdraw the motion. Let me meet with Ariel and come up with a plan for after all this advertising stuff is dealt with.
Yes. And as I've mentioned, I am working with the design company on a revised layout to give us more space. It is very likely going to change the cost once we do that. So I need to be able to say, we need more space. What's the revised layout look like? What's the cost? And we can go from there. What I will also ask them, just for the sake of comparison, is you clearly have a quote for printing 4,000. My assumption is going to be that printing 500 is going to be a different cost. I'm sure that there is a discount with the more that you print. So I will also, if it is permittable, get a quote for printing 500 so we know what that cost looks like, just so that you have option A, which is sending this layout to 4,000 people, and option B, which is printing 500 and making it available online, if that's agreeable.
Well, when I seconded the motion, I knew we had contractual stuff until September. So that wasn't in it, but we can either vote, because it's either going to be yes or no. Either way, and you can bring back, you two can talk, but
Your proposal.
it just, we're too argumentative when stuff doesn't go the way we want it, I guess. I mean, I don't understand this.
I don't think it's.
Let's vote.
So let's
Tell us what
vote.
we're
Yeah, let's
voting
just
on,
call the
let's
vote.
I don't understand the argument.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah.
No, I don't understand you.
I-
I don't understand what you said.
Wait, wait,
is so
wait.
There's
wrong
no
with it.
argument. I'm not arguing.
But
Let's-
tell you. Okay, we're not arguing.
I'm not.
Let's,
We're discussing.
if I may, hold it. Let's not, this is not a big issue. Let's not go crazy over it. Would you please repeat the motion and then we will vote on it?
Okay, so the motion is that we stop sending the newsletter with the utility bill. Correct?
Once the commitments
Once
have been
the
made.
advertising commitments have been addressed.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
Can we vote that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Public comment.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Anybody? Can we vote that now?
Ready? Supervisor Herrick,
We're just voting to stop the current
Yes.
newsletter.
After the
the
contractual
commitments are made.
obligations have been met.
Yes, simple.
No, because I don't understand the whole process here.
Okay, that's fine.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Hurley,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes,
President Brooks.
Yes. Now, if I may, I would like to suggest that Ariel go back, since she even admits that this form that she has showed us is not acceptable, go back to, well, in her opinion, we need to change it. Whatever your opinion is. Okay, that's your opinion, right?
No, okay, my question was going to be, we're just talking about with regards to space and the layout. If you're asking me to completely redo the way that it looks, as in like the design
I want-
element,
You're going to bring us a piece that you like. This piece you said is just a starting point that you weren't happy with it. So I'm saying, go back, come back to us with a piece that you're happy with that we can look at.
got it.
And then once you have that piece, we'll decide if we like it. And if we do, then we'll decide how we'll distribute it. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Any other questions on that issue?
No.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now. What else do you have?
I think that pretty well does it. Mini update.
Ariel, I have a question for you and or Kelly. With the food that you're going to have out here 4th of July. I was over here last year. This year I'm going to go back to the clubhouse. But I came over last year and there was a lot of people here. And I've just, and I apologize for not bringing it up earlier, but we need more trucks. And I hope and there was a lot of people I talked to, and I think I talked to Mike about it, that a lot of people came to eat up there and they couldn't get in. But that's the way we set it up. So they came over here and there just was not enough trucks here.
So, yes,
food,
and
and that's all.
Kelly has put out a very large number of feelers. Obviously, these are all independent businesses, so they have to agree to come here and set up for what is a pretty short period of time.
Right.
Now, granted, all of the trucks that did come left very successful last year.
God, yes, yeah.
I think with a couple of exceptions, and mostly due to some of them not owning the truck anymore or not necessarily anything event related. There are maybe one or two that are not returning. Everyone that was here last year wants to return. Kelly's put out additional feelers and trying to recruit more to come in, but they have to agree, obviously, to bring their business to us. So we can ask, and we definitely have, because it was very well attended last year.
Yeah, I should have, and I apologize, should have, because it was so busy over here.
It was,
And
and
lines were, I mean,
yes.
it was very, very successful for those that were
it was,
here.
and they are preparing as well, whether, that be on a staffing or, a supply basis. They're planning for more people based on the numbers that we had last year as well.
Is the restaurant doing anything?
You got to talk
Michael?
to Mike.
Okay.
Tell him, Mike,
You got it.
talk into it. Would you?
My question was, what the restaurant was going to be doing for Mike for that day.
Yeah, and I talked to several people and they were disappointed that because of the lines here, that they couldn't get into the restaurant. And I explained I didn't tell them who I was or what. I just said that it's a closed deal up there.
Sure.
So they came here and that's why they should be.
Last year, we didn't really know what to expect either,
Right,
with it
right.
being kind of the first year that we were starting back with events and everything was kind of starting to very slowly open back up. We really weren't sure with the new format what the turnout would be, and it was very, very good.
Yes.
So we are basing our event plan this year on the fact that we will have a good number of people.
So
You're open, it's just for reservations required.
we are
Right.
correct. We are reservation only. We have a buffet and private seating in the back lawn. We've done that the past 2 or 3 years now, and it's been extremely more successful for the restaurant as a business. In the past, we used to try to help out and serve hot dogs and hamburgers. I mean, it was
Chaos.
we had a couple good years, but if it happens to rain, we just ate 200 hamburgers, 200. I mean, we had a 1 year where we just went completely backwards. At least in this scenario where, the people they're coming, they're going to come eat. We know who's coming. We can control our costs. It's been way more successful for us. Last year was the best Independence Day celebration we've had yet as far as numbers go.
Well, if you know anybody, because last year there wasn't any hot dogs or hamburgers here. It was all other food.
Right.
It was extremely busy here. I can't explain to you how
Well, it's
how it
always
was. So if you know anybody that sells hot dogs and hamburgers, have them come over here.
I'm sure they know
Yeah.
more than I do.
Why don't you guys set up a booth?
Yeah.
I just,
They could.
I'm
I just-
serious. I'm
Yeah,
not
well,
kidding.
it's not worth it to them.
I just, so
because
in,
over
we,
there-
we did that in the past. We served the hot dogs and hamburgers so we have to prepare all that stuff. We had to cook 200, 300 hamburgers, 200, 300 hot dogs, and it rained and nobody came.
Well,
That's all in the trash. And we had to have all that extra, believe me, it was a total mess. What we're doing now is by far, not even close, is way better for our business.
just an idea to do more revenue.
Right.
I mean,
Can I ask a question? What vendors are coming here?
what
Do you have a list?
Yes,
We're
sir.
not there.
Actually, I sent out an email yesterday that had the
Well, my
vendors.
email just got fixed yesterday, so
You'll be able to see
it
it.
even
And,
comes to my phone.
and this
so.
morning, we added one more vendor that committed to us, and it's the arepas truck. That's it's kind of like empanadas and things like that. It goes over really
Shall
well
we
here.
do this? Let's skip ahead to dog park benches so we can discuss it and everybody knows what we're talking about since you jumped the ball. Go ahead, tell us what's going on with the benches because none of the rest of us know.
He was talking about the vendors for the 4th of July. He was asking
Oh, I
what,
thought you were talking about the.
no, he
I'm
asked
sorry.
what vendors had committed to the 4th of July.
Well, one
I
thing,
apologize.
no, you're a good man, Ray. One thing, these tables are terrible because I can't hear what's going on all the way here, so we got to keep them straight next time. And I don't have my hearing aid on either yet, but I haven't bought it yet either, but anyways. I just want to let you know, Ray's kind of tough. But what I asked
Make
was,
sure you're talking to your mic, please. Nobody can hear.
what vendors are coming and how many? Obviously, I've done this for the last 10 years, Bob and the, and the two Bobs. The only thing I found is the vendors are too close together. So that's why I asked, what vendors are you going to get? And let's open it up more and maybe eliminate a little parking, less parking in here to open it up. Because Ray and Mike are right. There was a lot of people here and they were crossing lines and everything else. So if you know how many vendors, I think we should just make where you put them, give them more room. That's all, okay? But I think you did a good job with that. I think that really worked out well, so.
Yes, it did.
And I'm sorry,
Good
I
job.
jumped the gun, Ray.
No, I thought you were talking about something else. I
Well-
apologize. What else you guys got?
Well, I know dog park benches is later.
Bob's got that.
Bob's got it.
Okay, Bob's got that? Is
Yeah,
that what I said?
Bob's got
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got pricing and everything.
Bob, they
Yeah.
said you got that.
We're not there yet.
We're not
We're not there yet.
Don't jump the gun.
Anything
Ariel.
else on community services?
That's it.
Mike, seriously, I want you to you should give serious consideration for hamburgers and hot dogs on July 4th. I mean, yeah, I know it might rain, but it might not.
True.
And how much money would you get?
We would lose money. we've done it in the past. There's just, I promise you, it doesn't make sense.
I know.
It doesn't make
Half
sense.
the time we do things that don't make sense to me. God forbid we treat people.
So if it rains, I've done it for 8 years. It does not work. You just lost hundreds of dollars. You have all the staff there. It's not economical for us to do that. It did not work.
How about a service to the community? Doesn't count.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but
Okay, thank you. Code enforcement. That's just.
Morning Supervisors. Bob Brumfield, district employee. Last month, we sent out 147 warning notices and picked up 67 signs. About half as many signs as the previous month. The hell fixing guys are running out of business, I guess.
Is it it's a lot of roofers though, isn't it too?
A lot of roofers. There's a lot of, I think Manor Hill alone's got 200 roofs they have to repair in there. It's crazy.
Lord, anything strange that's going on?
There's always strange things, but we just address them as they come. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. It's just always some little thing. Like I had a guy call me this morning. There's a house on Monza that has chickens now. So we have to go and find out where that is. And
house on Monza?
Monza in Manor Hill.
Chickens?
Chickens.
Is that, Bob, is that the same guy that used to do it?
No,
Okay.
different one.
We just have another.
But they don't know, and that's part of the problem, is they're not aware of some of the ordinances. So usually when we let them know that they're not allowed to do that, they get rid of them, eat them or whatever they do.
Bob,
Yes, ma'am.
on your report, you have high grass violations issued. You have 33 and only 18 comply.
Yeah, that was, a lot of them were towards the end of the month, and all of them, but except for one, have complied now.
Okay.
They're all in compliance except for one of them, and that
Okay.
we're probably going to have to take to the special magistrate when we have a hearing next.
Okay, and
You got one that's refusing?
They just haven't responded. So, we just have to press forward.
Where at?
It's on Sun Lake Boulevard.
Yep. And the sanitation issue, what is that? We have
It's
two
all
that are-
over. These
Garbage?
these
Is that
in
garbage?
particular, Granada, it's probably
Okay.
three of those, 3 or 4 of those.
All right, and you're going to take care of that oven that's on my street?
Yes.
So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Bob? Any public comment for Bob?
No.
There's nobody here? Thank you, Bob.
Bob,
But-
thank you for getting that. I think, did you guys get that trash? The people were very happy.
The owners took care of that.
Oh, he did?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
We went back over there and it was gone. We checked on it, it was gone. So, and then we
Very
talked
good.
to the guy that complained and he said they came and picked it up. The
Well,
owners did.
somebody asked me yesterday if it was us that did it or
No, it was
the
not us.
owner, and, because the owner went over there and I said, well, I'll find out. That's why I asked.
Yeah, the owners
But
picked it up.
Thank you for responding to it. You were welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
They had 20 bags of trash in their backyard.
That's a bump.
From New York?
It was a renter.
Security.
Bob?
By the way, when are we making the change with these guys soon?
Yeah.
That's taken place. We're just waiting. We're interviewing a security employee. So we totally shift the duties around. We're interviewing for his old position.
Yes, sir.
morning.
Morning.
My name is Bob Hiltz. Hi. Our staffing levels, due to the assistance of Ariel, we're back to full strength again. Due to illness returns and new hires, we're back to full strength now. So that's getting easier on me. And trust me, and like we're probably very short time to doing the complete transition.
Now, you do know that if it comes a time where your staff is overworked again, and because of things that happen, that you ought to go to Chris and say, I need additional help.
Right. Well, we do have, Ariel and I made a
Or
brief
every-
conversation. We're
somebody.
going to deal with one more person that we're going to bring on. Or there's a person that, one more shift person for an on-call person, and then we'd be like we had in the past. We went from like 10 employees down to 5.
So you got one more you want to hire?
Yeah, one more.
Temporary.
Are we covered in the budget?
Yeah, it's
I
an
mean,
on-call person.
part-time,
It'd be an
right?
on-call part-time person. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't want any excuses being that we can't cover what our needs are.
Yes, sir.
That's
You
what
got
I'm
it.
looking for.
I understand. And I did place a traffic study that we recently done on Villabella. Oh, I'm sorry, on Vizcaya.
Yeah.
We had several complaints.
Where's Vizcaya?
Vizcaya is the first stop sign coming off of Sun Lake Boulevard on Ponce de Leon. And actually, as you see the study does nowhere near come to our concerns. But when I talked to the property owner, she said once we put the sign up, all the speeders were going down the next street over. And you guys know, if we put a speed bump, that same thing's going to happen. If they don't want to go over the speed bump, they're going to go to the next street over, and we're probably going to end up having complaints on each and every one of those streets until we put speed bumps on every one. So I just, that I don't think is feasible as far as.
So was this done based on a request from somebody in the community?
Yes, sir. Bob, the lady made contact. I forgot her name. Bob knew her name. Made contact with Bob, and then he just referred it down to me and said, hey, we need to put it there for a while. We're presently doing another traffic study on Columbus Boulevard because we're getting all the construction trucks and a couple other issues as far as the rate of speed going down Columbus from when it goes from 35 to the 25.
What is the speed limit here at Vizcaya?
On Vizcaya, 25 miles an hour. It's complete residential. It's complete residential, prima facie, 25 miles an hour.
We got a lot of people over the limit.
But they're very, very minutely over. And what you look for is a common, that 85 percentile. Yeah, I mean, and if you do, we can put one there. And it is a very, very busy street. It's the main thoroughfare into those other 5 streets in there. Everybody has to turn on Vizcaya to get to those other streets.
Well, we go by your recommendation first. Your recommendation is not to do it.
There is, but isn't enough travel on it to do that. But the lady complained, they're still doing it. They're just going on the next street over. So it would be.
Well, then just go back in a couple of weeks and check it out again. I mean,
Okay.
If at first it doesn't seem like we need it, then we don't need
Right.
it.
I thought about doing the study once with the flash off, because when people see the flash on how fast they're going, then they become, but I can turn the sign off, so I can record their speeds, but it won't read on the sign and the sign won't light up.
That's a good idea. Try that.
And that way they would think, oh, the thing ain't on, and here we go.
Right.
And we can become in the Indy 500 again.
Give it a couple of weeks, go back to Vizcaya and try it with the sign off.
Okay.
See what you get.
All right. Thank you.
And we'll compare it to this and make a better educated guess.
We'll do it. Anything else?
Yeah. You guys do the bank drops all the time?
I do.
I just noticed that. We do that that's just how we operate?
Yeah, we got rid of Loomis.
Oh, that's right.
And
that's, we got rid of that because TD closed their Sebring office, and we were paying for a while Loomis, and so we got an account with Heartland Bank. It's right down within Sun and Lake, basically, to serve as our drop.
Right.
I mean, when I see something like kids banging on door, and there's a couple of them here.
Yeah, they call that something, and it seems like right after school got out, same thing as last year. When the kids got out, they got nothing to do, and some parents just let their kids run at night. Some of them were at 2 o'clock in the morning. They bang on people's door. They don't ring doorbells. They bang on the door, and then they run.
So, I mean, when you get the complaint, what do you do?
We drive by there. Sometimes we can even find younger residents lingering around at that time of the morning, and we probably take their names down and send them home.
Okay.
Here's one, this one that asked to check on the family receiving death threats. Why aren't the police involved in that?
They are. Every time we get a complaint like that, we're usually, when we get a complaint like that, we're usually the second to arrive. Usually when we arrive for something like that, the county sheriff's already there. Because we call them, the minute we get a call like that, we call them.
Any other questions from the board? Any public comments? Thank you. Just make sure you keep using that machine. That's a good thing. I'm glad that you're doing that. Even if nobody asks for it, you guys should have an idea of a schedule of where you want to place it. I don't want that thing sitting and not being used. Good, good. Thank you again. Utilities.
Good morning, Joseph Sleva, Supervisor of Utilities. The number of new connections for the month of May was 11. Interviews for the technician positions, we currently have 2 available. I have interviews that are currently scheduled. I had one yesterday. The gentleman did not show up. I have one today, Wednesday, and I'm waiting on a couple scheduled days for a couple others. So it's looking promising. On the wastewater side, or for operator, there was one that had come across Mr. Shoemaker's desk, and he reached out, and I had an interview at the beginning of the week with him. He seems like a promising candidate. So Mr. Shoemaker's gone, and I contacted him and looking to hopefully employ him. So we're waiting on his response. Projects have been underway. 23 has been completed with the check valves and the aeration line valve. Unit 4 wastewater treatment plants lift station check valves have been completed. While they were in there, there was a bad on-off valve, so I had them go ahead and replace both of those. They're roughly $900 a piece. There was 2 of them. But now the station, the headworks are almost completely brand new. So I've got a couple things for that station as well. We have one of the motors, our pumps that were in there is being rebuilt by Mater. And then we've also signed off on a new motor or new pump for that station as well. Since it's a master station, DP likes to have the extra spare, sorry. I will work on giving prices on the next, or anytime I do updates like this, so I know it's a little bear with me. And also sludge hauling. I know Unit 23, we had an issue and it cost more money than was budgeted. But unfortunately, Unit 4 is being pumped right now. I don't have a total on it yet, but it's going to be another hit, unfortunately. I know the numbers aren't on there as well. Like I said, work on having that on there next time. But there is talk, possibly some permit mods for the plants that we can save some money. So I've talked to the Pew who hauls the sludge now.
Yeah, when we get to your budget, we have to look at that one account.
Yes, sir.
It's still got to be extremely low. The sludge hauling account, it's like 30,000.
Yeah, yes, sir. I have it right here. No, yeah, it's yep, no, it's just a learning curve, especially with the that one part going down at Unit 23. So other than that, that's all I have. If you have any questions for me.
I do, Joey. How are you coming with the licensing for your guys that been doing it for the last year or 2?
I had one go this past Tuesday. He unfortunately failed by a few points. We're rescheduling this test for 60 days out because that's as soon as you can do it. I have another one that's going the 28th of this month for his wastewater. Hopefully he'll pass. Other than that, that's all I have.
Well, just keep encouraging them to get it, please.
Most definitely.
You know, I mean, because you got some good guys there, so.
I agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? Any other questions?
I have a brief question. I was going to ask them just for the board's information too. Joey, when you change out check valves, why do you change them out?
Wear and tear. The seal, well, I guess the internals, they just get kind of wore out and they start rocking. They might not seal correctly. When they close back, they could have that plate could be slightly offset, and it's going to allow flow to come back into the station when the other pump's kicked on. So far, the newest one I've seen that we've pulled out so far is from 1995. So it's a pretty common thing to change out. So we're just really, we're trying to get some of these check valves that, for instance, the unit 4 pump, we believe that's why it was burned up. The motor was fried because of the check valve sticking, causing it to pump against that. It also opens the door for debris to get stuck inside of them if they're not setting right. That's a common thing. Just the mechanicals in general aren't working correctly on them. So trying to eliminate the big price points of replacing pumps because of a check valve.
And one other thing I was going to mention too with these speed bumps that I've noticed is they seem to put them adjacent to manholes. So when people are coming up and stopping at a speed bump, they're stopping on top of the manhole or on the other side, taking off and pushing them right down into the street because of where they located a $600 or $800 speed bump. They're destroying a $50,000 manhole.
Well, that's great. Why don't you do something about it?
Yeah, you can just
Well,
make it.
What do you want us to do? That's
I
Drew.
don't
Is that
understand.
Drew who decides on where it goes?
Well, I guess in the past, they were just put on the ground where they put them, their location, or looking at driveways and things like that without any regard to the manhole. And that's what we're going to do moving forward is if you decide like this to put new ones in, utilities will get
So
involved.
get with
in it.
Drew and make sure that part of it's covered as well.
Yeah.
It's Drew that does it, right?
Well, in the past, just so you know how it was done, is the person that would bring in their letter or their petition, they were the ones that they were complaining about the speed in front of their house. So that's where we ended up. We have moved a couple in the past. One woman, I think she was deaf. So we had to move that. But usually where they put them is where the complaint is. Right. Now,
Well,
I mean, Chris, and that's a good.
That's fine, but it has to be moved 10 or 15 feet
Yeah,
because of a
exactly.
manhole.
Exactly.
That's fine.
But that never came up before. That's the first time I've ever heard that. So
Okay.
just look for it. That's all.
Any other questions? General Counsel.
Okay, like I said at the last meeting, the Avanti hearing is scheduled for June 21st. Once that's the hearing on the defendant's motion to dismiss. Most likely what that'll end up involving is a amended complaint, but once that happens, it'll get, that case should be moving along. I had a discussion with the owner of the Turn 2 brewery there. When you go in the main entrance to Tanglewood, they're wanting to get a sign. There's been some dispute over who owns that property, but we found out just earlier this morning that the district owns the right of way there. And so it would probably be on us to either authorize. So I'm going to get with the building department and the Turn 2 people and see if we can come up with a plan, but it'll go through us somehow because the district owns that property.
I don't know what you mean, Dave.
Okay, so the big Tanglewood sign
Yes,
at the Tanglewood
yeah.
entrance. The Turn 2 was trying to put an ad, something saying, "Hey, we're back here" on the
Okay.
Tanglewood sign, and Tanglewood told them
Is
no.
that the brewery?
Yeah, the brewery, correct.
Okay, now
Yeah.
I got you. Okay.
So now, since Tanglewood said that they can't use their sign to attach to, they're wanting to put up a separate sign. So since we own the property, technically, it'll have to go through us to get that put up.
Okay.
So is Tanglewood sign on our property or their property?
It's on our property.
Okay.
Correct. So, but
Tanglewood's wait a minute. Tanglewood sign is on our property.
So it's
Correct.
Tanglewood.
Right.
All Tanglewood's
Right.
on.
Okay. So this company wants to put a sign on their sign?
Yes, they did originally, but
Okay.
but Tanglewood told them no. So now they're wanting to put up a separate sign.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
So-
I just wasn't following.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks, Mr. Shoemaker, and I had a meeting with Dave Halbig about the gas tax thing. I don't know if do you want to discuss that now, Ms. Brooks?
Sure.
Okay, so, basically he's asking for a revisitation, about the gas tax. What I said was that if that's something that the board wants to consider, I would say the first step of that would be to, ask for an attorney general opinion. However, when we had the meeting with the county and the county's attorney and the county administrator and Mr. Kerouac, Mr. Hotelling was the supervisor that attended that. The county attorney flat out said, "I don't care what the attorney general says. I'm not going to recommend under any circumstances that we allow this." She would not make that recommendation to the board. while I would, it would make me happy if we got an attorney general opinion that agreed with me, I don't see any, real reason to, push forward with it if it's just going to end up being a battle with the county. But that being said, if the board's willing to consider it, I think that would be the first step, would be to ask for or reach out for an AG opinion and see if it confirms with mine. If it doesn't, then that, in my opinion, would completely end the discussion. But if the Attorney General opinion does come back and agrees with my memorandum, like I say, I don't know where that puts us. I don't know where.
I think we should go ahead. The cost of doing this is very minimal because he's already kind of drafted the letter a couple months ago. Let's find out what the AG says. Based on what the AG says, then we'll have another meeting, the three of us, I guess, and see what our options are, if we have any options. I don't want to get necessarily the board involved at this point in time because there's nothing to get involved with. But I'd like to go ahead and tell him it's okay to send the correspondence to the AG and get the AG's opinion. That's where we are. Anybody have a problem with that? What?
No, it's just that we're going back now, we're discussing the same thing, the same problem.
No, I'm not, we're not involving, you guys are not getting involved in this until we have better clarification.
My opinion is that we already voted not to deal with it. I mean, I don't
Is it
even.
not in our records?
I think we met with him out of being nice anyway, so that's enough.
Well, their proposal, if I recall right, not only did she say, or you say, they don't care what the AG said, but they said in the event that that was our position, then they were to say they will take over our roads. And in the meantime, because they don't meet standards, you have to bring them up to standards first before we will, and that will be their response back to us.
Right.
And that's when we decided that we had talked enough about that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's what was said.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
So I personally think we ought to just leave it alone and tell anybody else that says that the board has made that decision.
I mean,
I don't want to get into all this, what Craig's talking about.
What would we do if the AG agrees with us? Are we going to change our?
We'd have to sit down and discuss it. There is no end result or no end game at this point in time. We were just wondering what the AG would say. Since there was very little cost in it, I didn't see a harm in doing it. Doesn't mean anything's going to come of it. Doesn't mean something won't. I don't know.
I just think, we've already voted on this. It shouldn't be an issue.
Did we vote on it?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
So we didn't know.
That was before your time. Everything.
Well, I was hoping for, some sort of consensus. It sounds like we got consensus one way, which is not to do it, which is fine with me. But if anybody wants to make a motion and take a vote, that we can entertain that. Otherwise, the consensus I'm hearing is to not worry about it until it's been voted on and to drop it.
David, what's your opinion? Should we send a letter? Would it be, tell me.
The only reason I would send a letter is the only benefit I see to sending a letter is that if it comes back positive, that reinforces your faith in me that my opinion was correct. But I don't think it's going to make any difference in the long run.
It's not.
Yeah, and I just, whatever cost, it was cost for you, I'm sure you said at this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's right, wrong, or indifference. We voted not to just let it go.
I agree.
And I would make that motion to say it again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's leave it alone, and I don't care if somebody calls and wants a meeting. We've made a decision.
Just tell them we've already voted on it.
That's right.
Okay, that's fine with me. The only other thing I have is do we want to discuss is there a second? I guess if Mike, if that's Mr. Gilpin, if that's your official motion, do we have a second for that motion?
Yes, it is.
The motion is to do nothing. The board's already voted. And so the motion would be
We have to vote to do nothing?
well, that's what Mr. Gilpin has made. Mr. Gilpin has made a motion that we do not seek an AG opinion because the board has already voted and this is a closed issue. So.
Well, what I'm trying to stop is this happening again.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how come back to begin with, other than our president decided to have this meeting.
Wait,
No,
have
no,
we
that's
ever
not
got?
true. No, that's
David,
not true,
I have a
Mike. We all
question.
got the letter.
Okay.
We all
I
got
have
a
a question.
correspondence
Have we
from housing.
ever gotten anything from the AD in the past that you know of?
That's what we all
An
got.
opinion?
Yes, we've got an attorney general opinion in the past.
And what was it?
Oh, not about this issue. No, not
Okay.
about this issue. We have reached out, we have the right to reach out to the attorney general for an
Right,
opinion.
So we have never asked for an opinion from the Attorney General before.
On this gas tax
Yes.
issue, no, we have not.
Okay. So how can we vote on, we never got
Because the
an
other,
Because
opinion
we-
from the AD?
the other.
We
lawyer
don't-
said it
we don't
didn't make
need
any
it.
difference. He's not gonna go with it.
Well,
And so we're
I don't
now
care
we're
what
in a
they-
bunch of trouble with lawyers and shit like that.
well, David's cheap rate.
But I just, this is a closed issue. Just because a gentleman comes up and says we need to do this, we've already voted and closed this for multiple reasons, because they don't keep their roads up to standard. I like the way we keep our roads up. I don't want to be driving over potholes. I mean, there's multiple reasons. It's not just for that.
It would end up costing us so much
Exactly.
money.
And we're going to the county anyway to ask them about Schumacher and the extension on Cortez and all that other stuff. I just think it might be and I think we've already voted on it.
But,
I can rescind my motion if we just forget it. I mean.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
The consensus I'm hearing is that it doesn't, we don't want it to happen. So I don't think there's a reason to vote to. So if you're willing to withdraw your motion, there's no reason to vote to not do anything. Correct.
Yeah.
but nothing we do can keep that individual from continuing to come here and speak his mind about the gas tax.
Correct. Yeah.
That's okay.
That's just.
I understand that. That's
Just
why
yeah.
the conversation took place to begin with.
Okay.
Is rescinded, we're good, and there's
Yeah,
no
I'll
reason to
vote
move forward with
rescind.
anything.
Okay.
Do you want to do the 5 popular seat discussion now?
The what?
The discussion on the 5 popular seat draft?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want, sure.
So yeah, so you all got a copy of what I drafted, and what I drafted was, relatively simple. And the main reason I did it the way I did it is because we already have a general election coming up, an election coming up at the end of this year. What I did not address, because I didn't really think that there's a need to, is which seats would be affected. Because basically what it would be is we would have, what I see happening would be, we would just take the 2 seats that are coming up because we have a seat, technically we have the seat that's up for re-election is only the seat that was previously occupied by Mr. Hotelling. It'll be a vote in November, and that seat would be filled beginning 2023. So if we add an additional seat, the other seat would be a landowner seat, which would be Mr. Gilpin's seat based on our records, and that his seat would be voted on if it's a landowner. The way it would normally work before the change is that the 2023 landowner meeting, his seat would be voted on and filled in 2024. So my recommendation would be we're going to have a 2-seat vote in 2022, and it would be for those 2 seats, and then the other ones would be in 2024. The only thing that really concerns me about the entire process is technically it has to go through the county because we're requesting a modification of our ordinance, and I don't know how fast we can get that to happen. But
we don't need it to happen until the election for 2024. This doesn't change November. November is what it is, correct?
Well, correct, for the 2 seats, but if we're changing, that's what I'm saying is
But the other 3 seats are 2 years away.
Correct.
So we have a year and a half or so to get it done, if
Yeah.
we decide to get it done.
Correct.
I assume the county would be able to react within a year.
I would assume so too.
So I don't see that as a problem.
Okay.
Does anybody see that as a problem? So 2 and 3 is fine.
So it'd be on the general election years, it would be 3 seats that would be up for re-election, and on the non-divisible by 4 years, it would be 2 seats. So it'd be every 2 years.
Right.
It would be 2, then 3, then 2, then 3, back and forth. So.
Are we all okay on that?
Okay with me.
In theory, in theory, I would serve to 25, right? If I was just elected.
Your seat up, your seat would be voted on in 2025 and seated in 2026.
But then that doesn't.
That's under the current situation. So if we change it, you would be voted on in 2024 and seated in 2025.
Yeah.
You'd lose a year.
I'd lose a year.
You said you were happy about that. All right, so does anybody have a problem with this being written the way he has written it? Because the next time we see it, it should just be without the cross-outs.
Correct.
And we will have a meeting that we'll schedule sometime beginning of October,
Public hearing.
hearing, to review this, hear what people have to say, and then finalize whether we do it or not.
Yeah, after that October meeting, if it's voted on and approved in the October meeting, after hearing from the public, including the Northerners and Canadian residents or property owners,
right.
After that, then it would be submitted to the county for the change.
Right.
If you're wanting input from the Northerners, it should be in November, not October.
I agree.
I don't care.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm just saying that that's what you're asking.
You guys okay with November?
Yeah, November's fine.
Okay.
November. What else you got, David?
That's it, unless there's questions.
I think I had, the lawsuit on the meters. What,
The bond,
Jonathan?
yeah.
when do you think that could ever come to?
Well, like I say, we have a hearing on the 21st.
Yeah, I know
Once
that.
once that occurs, there's probably going to be an amended complaint. Once that amended complaint occurs, there'll be 20 days to respond to it, and that'll get the ball rolling. So this is basically I would call it the first hurdle.
Okay.
Once this hurdle's over, it'll be off and running again, and then.
So technically, what, 1 or 2 years away from maybe getting anything?
Oh yeah, I say.
Okay,
If we conclude it in 2023, that'd be great.
Very good. Oh, I mean, it might not be
2023.
It might be longer than that.
Correct.
Then. Okay.
So David, if it goes our way and we get in right, do they have insurance to cover this, or is it out of pocket of the company?
I don't know. I don't know that it hasn't been addressed yet, because basically what at this point, what they were claiming is that there's no basis for the suit.
Right.
And so once we overcome that hurdle, and I've got every reason to believe that we will.
Right. Exactly.
That will it'll start a new round of negotiations, because once once this motion is dealt with, and if the court says that there's still reason to proceed,
yeah.
Then they know, well, it doesn't get thrown out completely. Now we have to address, they know that they're going to have to spend more money on attorneys,
right.
And it's going to drag on for longer, so it may put them in more of a position to settle.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
So we don't know if they have insurance then.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything else? General Manager.
My report I've started with, and it will have a lot of impact coming up with the hurricane season, but the Director of Emergency Management who works for the governor had a workshop, and basically about 4 hours long, and attended by representatives of the city and the county. Joey and I went. There were folks from Spring Lake Improvement District there. It was a very good program. The gist of it was he's going around doing presentations because the governor was concerned they left $44 million on the table of federal money in the last hurricane that could have gone to local governments and special districts and also nonprofits. So he talked about a vehicle where instead of us going through FEMA and FEMA taking 12% of the administrative costs off the top on the reimbursement, that we can go through the state through an agreement, and 100% of that cost will be reimbursable. And if we have issues with filling out the mountains of paperwork and getting the field data, they'll actually send a scribe down to ride with our people, take all the data for the FEMA reports, and they'll take 40% of that administrative fee, but we'll get 60% for basically doing not much of anything, because it is 100% reimbursable. We talked about specifics interacting with other agencies, And he also made a point that any nonprofits we have or church groups that come out and assist with hurricane damage, that their efforts are reimbursable on a dollar-to-dollar basis. So if they're feeding people, if they're helping clear lots and clear debris, those costs are reimbursable through FEMA. So the step we're taking is I'll be bringing to the board July 8th an agreement with the state that we work through them instead of directly through FEMA. And it also makes a lot of their aid packages available to us. But the bottom line is if we do get impacted by a hurricane, which the odds are good, that we can get all the reimbursement that we're entitled to for damages.
Very good.
What else you got?
The wastewater facility plan, it still isn't complete. Florida Rural Water, we did send them back some comments. Hopefully I'll be bringing a final draft back on July 8th, and it'll follow the same roadmap that we did today with the facilities plan. The board would approve it, set a public hearing date, be vetted in public, a resolution would accompany it and be passed, and off to Tallahassee it would go.
With those being presented, let's say after July 8th, do you think they'd act on them in August?
Well, we hope so. It's going to be tight, but if they don't, they have a funding meeting in January.
Okay.
So they'll be setting it up in December, so 4 or 5 months later. So we'll just keep it on track and we can adjust our budgets accordingly.
Okay,
Most of that front end cost when you're working on engineering and design is the first year. It's reimbursable, so it's really the following year where you're budgeting the money to do it, which is then reimbursed. And your payback doesn't start until 2 years after the project's complete.
So you got the initial draft on the wastewater plan?
Yes.
Well, how much was it?
It didn't have cost figures on it.
Oh,
It
did
just
it?
went into, and they're plugging those in right now.
Okay.
They be
Florida Rural Water Association, we had Polston Engineering do the stormwater plan, and the Rural Water did the wastewater plan. And we're also taking those plans because we have to send plans out to the state on our infrastructure and what money we're planning on spending and how much we need and what our gap is, what we don't have, and how we're going to fund that gap.
Okay.
The hailstorm on April 4th, they're pretty much done with all their investigations. Gulf's still submitting a few follow-up papers on the business loss claim. And the next thing we'll see, and it'll probably be in the next 2 to 3 weeks, is what they're going to pay out on each of our damage claims. And at that point, the board can decide, put them all out to RFP for one company, or if a lot of the costs are under 100,000, we could award them directly, ask for contractors for the amount of insurance that we're paid. I think we're going to be in sticker shock when we see what some of the values of these metal roofs and the actual damage claims.
Yeah. We were in sticker shock when we put them up.
Yeah, and same thing with some of the air conditioning units and the coils, and it's really going to be a matter of time. If it starts raining, luckily we're not having any leaks with anything right now. I did note too that bathrooms on the golf courses, some carports and storage areas were not on our insurance policy.
How?
Well, I guess when they put them up, or they just were never added. We'll add them now.
Some of those bathrooms have been up for a long time, right?
Yeah, well, they weren't on the list of buildings.
Well, I know it's a district's fault. Let's just leave it at that.
Sure.
Okay.
But we'll get them added. And one thing about FEMA, if you have damages like that and you show them they aren't covered on your insurance, that's where they'll pick them up. If they are covered by insurance, they typically will stay away from it. So from that side, it's a benefit.
I'll just say it's a crime that we were not covered for all of our buildings.
No.
Whomever was responsible should be shot.
Chris, how many buildings you talk about? How many bathrooms? What do you mean they're not?
20 buildings.
No, well, not 20, but at the bathrooms on Turtle and Deer, several carports we had related to them, like the carports over that they put up for the shuffleboard. Those weren't on there. The building that's adjacent to tennis courts there that the kitchen uses, that was not on the covered building list.
Well, we got money for that from FEMA one time.
Yeah. Well, that's probably because
why
it
we
wasn't
got
on the
it.
list.
It wasn't on the list. Well, what?
But yeah, they weren't on the policy. The ARPA funding Scott addressed. And I will make a comment that Commissioner Rapp and Scott were at that meeting. And the director chided them for the lack of county participation because he said he goes, where's your engineer? Where's your emergency management director? Where's your roads and bridge person? Where's your EMS? Where's your landfill person? I'd expect them to be here. And after the meeting was over, I went up to Rap and I said, well, we might have missed the ARPA meeting, but we didn't miss this one because her staff wasn't there. And she did say touche. And when Kevin comes back, you should get your money on the 21st. So I thought it was real nice. Another thing that came up recently, we got a ransomware prevention survey from our insurance carrier. You know, everyone's getting into these payouts for computer crime and they gave us a list of things to fill out. And there were a few that would have to check no on. So we are moving forward to rectify this thing so we can return it with yeses. Some of it may have some incremental costs or some additional security software. It's like $10 a month per PC, so a few $100s a month for our workstations. Some of the other things we've started working on, when you talk about phishing training, our IT people are actually sending phishing attempts to our staff to see if they'll open these emails and open attachments. So it's fake, but it's good training. And also air gapping, where we have backups every night, but that backup's taken off site. So if our situation is compromised, we have daily backups that the building burned down or something happens. We do have that. So we're moving forward with that. And on the negative side, we haven't gotten one qualified applicant for the finance job. And I'm going to rewrite it to try to make it a little more attractive, but we rewrote it once and brought it up to the salary level, actually a little more than your incumbent was making here after 6 years. And some of it doesn't surprise me because Likes Brothers had a similar position open and it took them 5 months to fill it.
We need an accountant.
Yep. Well, that's.
Trust me.
Yep. Oh, I understand.
Huh?
I agree. Yep. And so I'm going to rewrite it with putting in a little more of the opportunities and some of the complexities of this job, which could attract somebody, us dealing with the bonds, the level we do, and the assessments, and hopefully get the right person in. And thankfully, Amanda's coming back next week for a couple evenings to help us out and do some training. And some of our existing staff have been stepping up with some of those things, you know, even wire transfers and that type of thing. You know, I'm getting involved with. So
what else?
But
anything else?
That's all I have.
Do you want to just mention real quickly that we did get the first draft of the
oh, I'm sorry, the audit.
The audit report for last year, and we will, I guess, go over it and put it on the schedule for next month.
Yeah, we've made a request to do it, and I have it in there. I mean, I didn't have it in the board book because we didn't get it until a few days ago. Yeah. And that took, starting in February, we got a letter from them saying, we got all your information, it's under review. And Amanda had been sending them follow-ups for months. I started last month, sent another email and a phone call a week later, still not answered. So I called the managing partner of the firm. Next day I got a phone call, and 3 days later the draft came in. And there's a supplemental form we have to governor. Looking at special districts. How much did you spend on construction projects over $65,000? How many people work for you? What are you paying them? There's some supplementals that we're turning around the next few days, and we'll send to them so they can finalize the audit. But we got it last week, and it's due to the state at the end of this month. So we got about 2 weeks in. I said, well, I can't even take it to the board for them to formally accept it before it's due to the state. Look at the position y'all put us in.
So we'll put that on the agenda for July. Yep. I'm not sure which one, but one time in July. Anything else? You want to go over the permits real quick? Or just point them out?
Sure.
Or you guys have any questions? He just updated the permit, so.
I can just, as an FYI, in case for you may or may not know, but there is another auction going on right now with a bunch of lots from Sun and Lake on the docket.
It's
a slug of them.
Craig, there's a lot of them. Is this the first one since 6 months ago or a year ago? Or do you know?
It's, I think the last one was maybe about 6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it would have been when Prominence, right.
When they
and
bought?
they needed to close by October 1st. And it seemed to me like there was another one.
Okay.
So
See,
it's only been like three months or so, and they're running another one.
very good.
It's loaded.
Last one wasn't as large. It was 3 months, you're correct, and it wasn't as many lots as they
Okay,
released.
this one's got quite a few on it.
It's got, okay. Thank you for that. I asked that question.
Which building?
Maybe Chris knows. Is Amanda involved in that at the county, those sales?
A bunch of.
No.
No? Okay.
Several that they've taken.
She's in purchasing strictly.
Okay.
Any other questions on that?
Well, I mentioned it. Did you guys notice that Prominence started with 20 and it went to 62? So,
I didn't know the number, but.
yeah, I counted them. It's 62 lots they're clear.
There's a bunch of them going on out there.
And it's, if you can drive out there and look at it, it's quite impressive.
Anything on permits? No. All right, follow-up items, dog park benches. How'd they draft you into that?
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Bob Brumfield, District Employee. I've been working on, it was requested that we expand the dog park facility, the small area side, 35 feet towards the northwest on the northern side of it. And I've been getting quotes and I've gotten 2 fence quotes and 1 removing tree quotes because some of the trees are in the way of doing that.
Again.
The quotes I've gotten so far are around 30.
Total, or
Total?
is that for the fence and the trees, or?
That's for the fence and the trees.
Oh, okay, good.
Both, that's for total. We haven't put the benches in yet because we're kind of waiting to see exactly where to put them.
No.
Because if that changes.
Hold, wait. It's for the expansion of the dog park.
It's,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's removal of trees, I guess, and some fence. No.
Two benches, and I'm thinking.
Yeah, that, I was just about to say, we haven't put the benches in yet because I think the location of them originally was going to be in the center of the fences close to the lake. And if we move the one, it's going to change the location of that one to keep it in the center. So we haven't put the benches in yet. I haven't gotten, like I said, I've only gotten 2 replies from fence companies and 1 from tree company.
So, I guess we have to first decide if we want to expand the dog park before we know where we're going to put the benches. Is that correct?
Yes, well, what I understand is the request was to make the one of the parks, we plan on going up 30 feet, and that's that would be towards the golf course all the way down. So the price that he's given you, it's for the whole length of the fence, 2 gates, trees. And the request was to make that dog park larger because because how many people go there.
Yeah,
so what we want to do.
I can't do direction, so if I'm facing the dog park, is the one
It's
on the
the other
left or
side.
the one on the right?
It's the one on
Left.
the other side.
The one on the left is the one we're
Yeah.
going to
Yes,
expand?
yes,
And we're going to expand that towards the clubhouse?
right,
Right.
30 feet out.
30, I think we went for
35.
35.
35, okay. well,
35, and this is where the big dogs are.
That's the
Yeah.
small dogs.
Yeah.
Right.
So correct me if I'm wrong, so where that little place where they park the carts,
Mhm.
that's going to go bye-bye?
Yeah, that,
Well, that'll
in
just-
in my mind, that it won't go bye-bye. It will just become a place to put some picnic tables or something for more
No, but
seating.
we're going to lose the parking of the
No,
Yes, yes.
Yes.
The slab. Yes, we
the
are.
slab.
So
Yes.
we can either put a bench on it, but
So-
we're also going to leave the front open, Ray, just so you know, because I know you're not very good with the directions here. But on the front of it, it's going to be just used for the handicap.
No,
and
no.
No, the gates in front now. You
I
gotta
know,
remember
but it's
that.
not the handicap. It's going to be for ADA purposes.
ADA, handicap,
Wheelchair access only.
right. Okay. And then the gates to get in and out of the dog park will be in the back of the building, in back of the fence by the lake. Right,
So
Bob?
we're putting in
Correct.
gates too.
Yes, yeah.
That's
Is that
correct.
included in your price?
It is.
Yes.
Everything's included in it.
And where are we going to park the golf carts that,
Back there by the gates.
Back there by the gates.
so we're going to put some concrete slabs in there?
No,
No.
because they don't use them now.
Yeah.
One of the reasons we're moving the gates is everybody's parking out front, Ray.
Right.
And it's a mess out front.
And it does,
And so that's why the dog, they will automatically go back there and park by the gate. And that's why the front entrance will stay, at least Kelly told me, and I think through Ariel, that we have to have ADA access ability. So if we leave the gate the way it is and not make it handicap, make it wheelchair entrance only, the carts and everything will go to the back. It won't be any longer walk for those that feel they're handicapped. And we'll get rid of all the parking in the front of the,
So if the parking's going to be by the back of it,
yes.
how are they going to get there? They're just going to
Just
drive
drive
on the
their carts,
grass?
that's what they do
So
now.
they're going to kill the grass and all that?
Yeah, well,
well, there's not much grass here, right?
There's not
Because it's all
much.
pine trees.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're going to drive through the pine trees?
Yeah.
yeah. Or a building, if the building is there.
No, I think, I don't think any of us are opposed to doing this.
Okay.
But I think it probably would be beneficial if we saw on paper what the hell we're doing.
Yeah, I can, when I
Kelly sent this up.
I have some maps and such.
Yeah.
When I get more information on the cost from other people that are supposed to come out and take a look at it, then I can prepare it for the
But
next
that doesn't
meeting.
change your map, right?
No, it doesn't change the map.
So
That's-
can you get us a copy of the map?
Sure.
On what we're talking about, so we can look at it?
Yeah,
And I'm sure we're going to agree to it. I just like to see it
Yeah.
before I say yes.
yeah, I can do that. That's,
I think you ought to, personally, I think you ought to try to put in that, the cocaine
Yeah,
or something
I
back there.
see, I would agree with that too.
I mean, make it so it's obvious that that's where you're supposed to go and that's where you're supposed to park.
I've seen, otherwise they're going to be driving all over the place to get to the back. I'd
Yeah,
rather
that's-
give them,
that's
spend
what
an
they
extra,
do.
if it's an extra $1,500 to give them a pass.
The front of the dog entrance is pretty beat up from all the golf carts. Nobody except me parks over there on that slab. So,
I see carts on that slab.
Yeah, I do
well,
too.
once in a
I do.
while, but it's,
Just get us a diagram,
Sure.
and when you finalize the pricing, come to us. I don't think it becomes a capital expense, does it? It's not, doesn't sound like it's going to
No.
even qualify for
Oh,
that.
no, so,
What's capital got to be, 25,000 or?
right.
So I don't think it's a capital expense. So what you should make sure that that Chris does is cover it. Oh no, we're going to do it this year. So just forget it.
okay.
We'll
Now,
take it out of some account this year.
do I need to get, this is, I'm not really familiar with the process. Do I need to get other bids or other quotes if it's over $5,000, say?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
that's what I thought.
he
So
may
I-
not be able to get three.
But but you're getting bids on your diagram, what you want. So you can show us that in the meanwhile.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
when you get your bids and come to us with a recommendation on who you want to do it.
Sure.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
I just wanted to bring up for Beverly's sake, we looked at the big dog park side and there's some utility stuff over there. We can ask Bob that side was not expanded. Now, we can get a price to expand that side. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a lot either way, but there might be more because there's some additional trees and there's some additional utilities that the district has on that side, but I think they can make it work. Do you think we should enlarge that one at the same time or do that next year maybe?
I thought that was the whole intent was to.
Well,
we were
we're
enlarging it.
doing one side is
I
what
thought we were enlarging it because the big dogs didn't have enough room.
No, when it wasn't that. It was the little dog side is the one that has all the dogs.
Oh,
I mean, I've been over there and there's been some on the big, but
Is that how you heard?
there was over 20 little dogs. So, but I don't mind. I mean, it might be something we want to do all together and And-
Mike,
and have-
Mike, I think we should just move on what we already have planned.
I just wanted to make sure Beverly knew
Well,
about.
John says there's 2 or 3 big dogs in there all the time. I mean, the dog.
Yeah, there
are big
is.
dogs.
There's 2 or 3 dogs, but when they're overloaded, it's the
I don't
little
want to
dog
have a
side.
dog issue every year.
Right.
No.
So let's,
So
if we're
let's
going
do
to,
both.
if we're going to do something with the
Let's
dog
do it all
park,
of
let's do it
Please,
right
let's
and be
Okay.
done with it.
Then I
So-
want
So we'll
Bob,
look at
you to
maybe expanding the other
look
side.
over there and maybe you and I can meet and, because it's got to be realigned a little different because of those utility things back there in the back on that side.
And we're definitely going to need a diagram if we're going
Yeah.
all over.
So I just wanted to bring that up so
But
everybody knew.
But it's not, I mean, it is a big deal. I mean, during season, there are lots and lots of dogs there. You can't
Yeah.
go by that place.
Right.
where there's
And
not
that's fine,
dogs.
but
And
I
I
don't want to
agree.
every year have to deal with the
Exactly.
dog
So
park.
let's don't piecemeal it. Let's do it correct.
Bob, we're meeting, we're do something on that
Let's see.
side.
I'm not saying.
Okay.
See what we
So
can
we're
do.
going to widen both sides,
Yeah.
but no more gates or anything. We just widen both
No.
sides.
Well, there's already a gate planned for the other side
Right,
as well.
exactly.
Can you fence around the utilities?
Well, or we can make it short and make it wider. Craig, I got to look at it because until you go look at it.
Start moving the utilities.
We can't move, that's those big pipes, so we gotta work around that,
Irrigation there too,
you
right?
know, so it's,
And we also have irrigation there too.
yeah, it's,
So you guys keep getting deeper and deeper and more money.
we gotta work at it.
One time, I mean, I'm only going to be president for this year, but I don't, whatever we got to do to fix it.
We have to do that,
let's
Ray,
fix it.
that's part of our job, we have to deal with stuff, but we can, I brought it up because I want,
Well, let's do it right the first time. Obviously, we didn't do it right last time.
so
Okay.
let's do that,
Oh.
okay?
I'll get prices on.
What?
Thank you.
What? We didn't do it right the first time. There's no wheelchair access, so obviously.
There is a wheelchair access.
Is there now?
Yes.
How many times? Yeah.
I've never been to the dog park.
It's in.
Well, maybe you
I don't
should
have
go
a
before you
dog.
make statements. We didn't do it right the first time. Okay, we did the best we could the first time.
If
You know what- you know
we're
what?
revisiting it, Mike, we
Yeah.
didn't do it right.
Don't sit here and say we didn't do it right the first time. We did the best we can the first time.
Well, it was wrong.
Just keep throwing everybody under the bus.
Bob,
Yes,
meet with me, will you?
I will.
Okay.
At your convenience.
When you guys get it ready, bring it to the board.
Okay.
Jesus.
We'll do
I mean,
that.
I thought this thing started with benches.
No,
It did. This is how this whole thing started with, you want more benches.
Sergeant,
Now we're
sit
into
on-
redoing the
Sergeant,
whole
sit
thing.
on benches.
It did, right? That's how it started. I want a couple more benches.
My husband is handicapped. He needs another.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no. The pickleball update. Yes.
I believe this was covered in the last meeting, but just to add to that, the meeting with the pickleball folks that we had previously met with, that President Brooks presented at the last meeting. We have a follow-up meeting with them on Monday, June 20th, to review some of the options that were discussed in the previous meeting with Drew.
Do we have an update on the resurfacing? Have we awarded that to anybody or?
Yes, to 90. So same thing. That was voted on by the board at the last meeting or the meeting before that we were going to do that for 90 and that they could do the work prior to that November date that we had talked about. I want to say they were going to start in August.
So we have a date when they're going to start? Because we probably should tell people we got to close the courts down and stuff like that.
Yep, we got the contract back to them. So
Okay.
Yep, I'll follow up with Sunday on the exact dates and then we'll get some email blasts going and we can include it in the next newsletter.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. District equipment update. I don't know, Jimmy, it's you and Mike.
Jimmy? Here. Pass those down. Jimmy got the paperwork.
From Mr.
Jimmy and I and Mike and Bob have actually met on equipment.
Talk into your mic.
That better?
Yeah.
You guys got hearing things. Jimmy and I, Bob, we've been talking about equipment. I gave you guys a list of what we have and what it's used for. My opinion, and I've talked to Jimmy about it, is I think we should buy all the old gators, put them under Sun and Lake, and not lease. We'll save money there. But I will say one thing, is because of these gators are in, pretty good condition, it's because of the employees that take care of them. So I just want to, so they are being taken care of. But if we want to save money, we gave you two options. It's strictly, up to the board to vote on it. We don't buy any gators this year, next year. We will have to put some money in for repairs, Jimmy, right? No, but our mechanics are pretty good on these, and we've got a gator. I think it's over 15 years old, still running, which that's probably the only one we're going to send back, and that's in Bob Brumfield's department, and we do not want to replace that. I know it was on our list to replace it, but Bob and I talked about the uses of these gators. And, I think we can save some money for the next couple of years. And then after, use them 2 more years and then look into it. So Jimmy.
So what are we looking at? I understand.
It's pretty, yeah. It should be option 2. Yeah, option 2 is what we're looking at, Ray. I think that's the least.
It's the bottom one, Ray.
Do you have it, Ray?
Yeah, he's got it.
So option 2 says we're going to finance $830,000 worth of equipment. Is that what that says?
Yes, sir.
And it's going to cost us $190,000 a year.
Correct.
And we buy it.
So option 1, we're going to buy the 2 bigger 4x4 utility vehicles that the assistants drive, and then purchase the 12 gators that we are currently leasing right now. And then the 1 fairway unit, I took 1 fairway unit out of the original request anyway. If we buy one of them that has the lowest hours, that would give us 3 for a backup.
I'm sorry. You're recommending, I don't mean.
Right.
Don't take this wrong. You want us to look at a 4-year agreement at $190,000.
Yes, sir.
And to accomplish that, we have to spend $48,000 this year to buy this equipment.
Well, that's all this stuff down here is besides the gators, the 12 gators is on it's either that or you turn it back in and replace it.
But we still need equipment.
But you still need it.
That is.
We still need the equipment.
So with every piece of equipment on here, we do not own any of it. All of these are on the current lease, right?
This is all on an operating lease.
They're on a fair market value lease. So that means at the end of the lease, you can turn it in or buy it.
The $190,000 saves us
It would have been
190,000 will save us, wait a minute, 16, 20, 32, $64,000.
Yes, sir.
Over 4 years.
Over 4 years.
Minus the cost of repair to keep that equipment.
Right.
So the net result is we save $16,000.
Yes, sir.
Before the cost to maintain the older equipment. It's going to cost us more to maintain the older equipment than it would be. And if we were to do option number 1, where all that stuff was on lease, it would actually be under warranty. So those items, if they broke, would be, that's correct.
I'm just trying to do the math. Right now, it's 216, I think is what is in capital.
Correct.
So if we go down to 190, that's $26,000, right? So 26 times 4 is 52, that's $104,000. So I'm sorry, so we'd save 104, but we got to spend 48.
Right. Yes, sir.
And then, but what's your projection on repair costs?
Craig, the good thing is the gators are in good shape. And the price they're selling them to you at $1,600, you could probably triple your money right now on them, especially on a used market value. That's a good price. They're giving you a fair price on it. And at that I mean, it's like I told Mike, it's probably worth a gamble at $1,600. I mean, the biggest expense would be if you had to put a motor in it, it's about $2,300 to put a new motor in those. But they are all in decent enough shape that I think we should be able to get 2 more years out of them. I just be prepared in 2 years that we need to revisit replacing our utility vehicles.
I think to make it cost effective, I think you have to go at least 2 years. If you only go 1 year on them, it doesn't work. If we have to go at least 2 years, we have to maintain them for at least 2 years in order for this.
Get the money back.
Have we developed a replacement?
So we got to keep it for 2 years.
That's what we would do is so, if you're saying five.
Does the top reflect the replacement schedule for the 12? Wait a minute, we're only buying, wait a minute.
We're not buying any.
Buying 12.
We're buying them.
Well, we're buying, yeah. Oh, right.
Buying 12.
Right. We're
Right.
purchasing the 12, right.
And we
Is
pull.
there anywhere in the top portion where you say if we get 2 years out of them, we're going to be doing good? Is the replacement of those anywhere in the top or the bottom?
No, sir.
So even though we're talking of $104,000 less over 4 years, more than likely, if you're saying we can only get 2 years, in 2 years, we're going to need to spend
X, $7,500 per card or redo a lease or whatever.
We could probably say that, what, 50% of them are going to have to be replaced?
I would say 5 to 6, yes, sir.
So you're talking, would you just give me a price out of what?
$7,500 per unit, again,
Times
and
6 is $50,000.
yes, sir.
So
With no, right.
basically, all we're doing is we're saving them. It's going to be a wash.
It's a little, it's a little bit,
wash.
it's a little bit of a gamble, yeah.
It's going to be a wash.
And it could be better than that, and it could be worse.
Well, again, I want to save you all as much money as I can. Every bit of the stuff that we have up here currently is stuff that I need to do it. The utility vehicles, I mean, like Craig said, it's a gamble, it's a wash. I mean, we need the people movers regardless, whatever we do, we have to have them. But I mean, if it saves us money for the next 2 years until we can figure out, they can make it. I'm not going to say they can't. We have a great mechanic and he stays on top of his service. They are in good enough shape that I feel like I can get 2 years out of them.
Yep. I agree.
The other stuff is the big Pro Gators that we use the top dress with and everything, the larger utility vehicles, they're in good shape.
All I'm getting at is the $100,000 that we just calculated, it's going to be washed out with purchase of new equipment to replace the 12 that aren't going to last 4 years.
Correct.
See what I'm saying, Ray?
Oh, yeah. Now, listen, I know what you went through to do this, and I appreciate the effort, but the math doesn't work. I mean, I don't know how, I mean, it's 104,000 we save. We got to spend 48 to buy this equipment.
Correct.
That leaves you 56,000 left. In a couple of years, we got to spend how much for Gators?
Right.
Another 50.
I would.
So basically, we're just pushing money around,
You
but
are.
we're not getting anywhere.
And you won't have any warranty on your carts.
Right. And the original thought process that I had was, why in God's name does Sun and Lake own 23 Gators? That was where I started from.
Yeah.
And I still don't have an answer why we have 23.
Because you have 2 different departments, right?
It's Sun
You
and
don't
Lake.
understand.
We have 22 employees in the golf course maintenance.
They all on Gators?
12 of them, absolutely. So when we go out and mow greens in the morning, go mow fairways, when they come in to go edge cart pass or go to edge bunkers or go clean beds or whatever, they have to have vehicles to get around in, and you can't carpool on a 2-seater.
And you need the Gators for, and we need Gators for equipment. I don't care which way we go, but they need the Gators. And this is exactly what you said. We have too many Gators because they're in one side of the building and the other guy's in the side. And you walk in and you say, oh, look at all the Gators. But you don't think, and I went through this with Halvigs and I went through it with Millers and everybody. Why are there so many Gators? Because the Gators are used for utility vehicles to get people and to get equipment to work. And if you want that, you have to give them the equipment.
I'm just saying 23 sounds like a big number, Mike.
I understand. I mean,
That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I walk in there and I sometimes think the same thing and
Right.
I fight.
He's been in there the last month, and
Right.
when you go in there at times like.
And I said, Jimmy, I said, where are they? Oh, they're out. Then the next day I come, there's 4 sitting there. But he sends guys to different jobs, they're mowing, they're doing, and they're on different, equipment. They need the equipment. If we want to say 50, that's okay. I was told, because I contacted 4 other different places, and everybody said to me, it's not the best time of year or the best time to buy equipment, because they're going to get you, because everything's high and everything takes a long time to get. So we'll try to say, a little or not. Listen, I would love to see new ones, believe me. But
Well, the biggest thing is your warranties.
Yeah.
Recommendation is Optum too, then, right?
Right now, sir, yes.
And see, I agree that you guys did a lot of work, but, and I have no way of judging this, so I'm gonna go along with what you want, but I thought the original intent was to cut equipment.
It was.
And there is, I know,
There's nothing to cut,
There's
Mr.
nothing to
Gilpin.
cut. Mike,
apparently
Mike,
there wasn't.
there's nothing to cut because they need.
I did take a fairway unit out.
Yeah. They do need equipment.
I'm saying, I'm not arguing with you.
Okay.
I just know when the President Brooks set up the thing was to look and see how much we could cut.
Right.
And I know you worked hard and you're saving us a little money now, but I don't think that was the original.
The other thing that
No, it was to look and see if we could save equipment.
Right, but
And
the other-
obviously we can't.
The other thing I was looking for is, why can't we put the district gators into your agreement?
Because, whoa, the district, the district are not buying any new gators. They're staying exactly what they have for equipment.
You guys,
But when
you
they
own
want to
them.
buy them, why can't we put?
Well, I mean, down the road we could, right,
I
yeah.
mean, that was my whole point was,
Okay.
Chris, did you represent the district in this, or who was our guy? Mike?
I
Oh,
did.
Mike was our
I
guy.
did.
Okay.
The-
Boy,
the-
that was
No,
like.
but you gotta understand, we're not buying the district is not buying new equipment.
Okay.
Jimmy's buying a new
about?
equipment.
This is strictly your.
Golf.
This is strictly golf.
Yes, sir.
Well, no, I gave you a list of what the district.
And the other thing too, the gators that the district used on the roads are not the same gators that we use on the golf course.
So what? Are they
They're
gators?
turf
Can
tires. You
get
can't
your
take
turf
knobbies
tires?
across the
Can
green.
you get them
Can I get?
through your agreement? I don't
Yes,
care.
I can get the
Well,
same.
that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we don't need to
Right.
do it now, Ray.
You can get anything you want as far as John
Okay.
Deere.
Listen, I appreciate your efforts.
Okay.
I will tell you, based on what I see, I can't support it.
Good.
I don't know if any, you guys want to, Beverly, can you support it?
Well,
Absolutely.
hold, Mr. Brooks.
What they're suggesting?
Mr. Br-
That's what they need
Just,
Ray.
to
I
run
just,
36
I just
holes
want,
of golf.
by saying you don't support it, I just want to clarify, we don't own this equipment. Come next April, this equipment, either, we have to do something with it. It's either,
All right, let me
they're coming to
rephrase
pick it
this so
up.
you guys even can understand it. I'm
What-
very happy, based on your math, it doesn't work. I'm happy with what you got in the system now, the 216,000. That's what I'm happy with.
So that's why I want
I'm
to
talking
clarify.
about me. I'm saying what you gave me here doesn't work.
So you want to go with option number one?
Yes, that's what he said.
I don't know, we didn't even talk about option one. What is
Well,
option
option
one?
number
It
one
stay
is,
exactly the way we are.
so option number one has,
No, it doesn't, Mike.
No, I don't want to go with option one. I don't want to buy equipment.
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
Well-
I cannot buy equipment and pay $216,000. Is that not correct?
You would be 204,000.
well, let's go through option. So option number one, there's still equipment that you would need to purchase.
What do you have in the capital now?
180,
216,000.
180.
What do you have in the capital request right now? It's 216,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, you
I'm
are
saying
correct.
I can live with that based on what you're showing me here. I don't have to spend any more of the district's money than the 216,000.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying. Because your math, I mean, I appreciate again the effort, but your math doesn't work. So I'll stay with where you were. That's me.
To me, Craig, you've been in the business. You know your warranty. I mean, the warranty's worth its weight. I'm telling you right now. If you don't have warranty on this stuff, or if you try to get the existing stuff to go on and something happens, it would be absorbent.
Okay, the 216. What is different from the 216 to the 204?
So
There's the pieces of equipment on the bottom. We're recommending to purchase those. That does not include
the stuff
Why do we want to purchase these?
because it's not really a wearable. Here's the way. When I ran 35 golf courses, here's what we did. You had capital and you had operating. You take the capital is your tractors and everything that's non-wearables. Tractors we've all been around, they last 25 years. You buy those. It's stupid to turn in a tractor in 4 years and then they turn around and make money off of it. So these items down here on the bottom this is eliminating one, on option one we're looking at, that's eliminating one fairway unit off the top of the list, and that's why that number came down. You're still going to purchase at 9,000 versus purchasing a fairway unit at 118,000, or 59,000, excuse me. So originally in your lease right now that you're currently running, you're running 3 fairway units right now.
And that's what
I went down to 2 and said purchase the one that has the least 4 years, 5 years. I mean, it's the Wells Fargo, don't they? The original.
Does everybody have copies?
So we took that and we broke it down into the spreadsheet so it was a little easier to follow. So you knew what the equipment was. Because if you probably don't know what
And there's stuff, Ray, when we go into that Wells Fargo one that should be on a capital and should be in a operating just as well. I mean, if it's a
The
top.
Wells Fargo one is $17,000 a month.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's 216,000
Right.
a year. That's
Right.
what this is. I thought that's what we're going to go with.
Yes.
Until you guys came to us with a proposal. Based on what you're bringing us, the math doesn't work. We're better off paying $17,000 a month.
And getting your full warranty.
And getting the full warranty on everything.
We're still
But there's-
end up purchasing.
No, we're not purchasing anything.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
That's to get it to 204.
That's option number 1, is that right there.
This is option that's on the capital budget right now for God's
Yes, sir.
sake.
That number right there matches.
That number right there is what's in the budget.
Right.
Right.
But even in that proposal, there's equipment that we do not need to put on lease because of the last one. This is what we have in option number 1, it matches. We put it in the spreadsheet because I'm sure.
This is your sheet, I don't know.
Right, but we made the spreadsheet so it's easier to follow. So you don't know what a 7400A trim mower is. We put it on the sheet so you know what it was. It's the same thing. We just put it on a spreadsheet. Then
So
if you
what are
look
you
at the numbers
recommending,
match.
option 1 or option 2?
I would do option 1. And
Option 1, I spend 204 a year, but I got to spend 32,000
Right.
to get to that 204
Right.
that you'll own, that you'll have.
that I'll have. And does this have to be replaced? Any of this what I'm buying in the next 4 years?
I would say not in the next 4 years, no, sir.
So what happens if I wanted to take this option, which is just to pay $17,000 a month and not buy anything?
Then you're gonna lose all the stuff on the
The
bottom.
stuff on the bottom you
We'll
would
we'll
lose.
leave the,
Equipment on the
we'll leave the
bottom.
property.
Is that all backup? The bottom one's all backup?
No, sir. The Pro Gators are what we still use for our top dressers right now. We pull with our top dressers, our core harvesters, and then the 2 assistant utility
So if you don't
vehicles.
buy these, this has got to change up on top.
We would have to,
We would
yes,
have to.
absolutely. Or we
What
would,
that number then become?
you'd have to find the lease payment. We don't have it.
I have it. It'd run you another $1,000 a month. Yep. If you switched out all that stuff to new, the lower stuff.
You go up $1,000 a month,
Yes, sir.
that's 12,000 a year.
Correct.
Over the 4 years is 48,000. So that number now becomes 252, right?
Yes, sir. The stuff's in good shape. I would buy it. Top dressers, I mean, they'll last you 10, 11 years. I mean, they take you forever.
Okay, which,
I would buy your
the gators would have to be replaced within 4, right?
Yes.
The 4x4 utility vehicles, they gotta be replaced in 4?
I don't, they're in great shape. I would say 6.
So for the purpose of this 204, that's okay through that period.
Yes, sir.
The fairway unit,
That one has less than 2,000 hours that I said I would keep. So
it'll
you,
last over 4 years?
yes.
The Pro Gators, are they gonna last over 4 years?
4 more years, yes, sir.
Yeah. And the top dresser.
Definitely.
So the only thing that you'd have to, you're saying you have to replace is the gators?
The small utilities, yes, sir.
They
Yep.
won't last 4 years?
I was saying the small utilities, Bev. So the 4x4 utility vehicle is different than the gators. So we figured if we started a process with the small gators, doing them every 4 or whatever, then if we did 5 or 6, then that would be an option. But if not, at least 2.
But based on the list on option 1, the only ones that would have to be replaced over the next 4 years is 2 gators.
Correct.
And that would cost how much?
14,000
Total?
Total. But we're
At today's price.
So one that you have right now, one of the small gators down here in the bottom is the one we're using for the beverage cart.
Oh, we should probably get another one of those.
Well, what I would,
It runs better than the real beverage cart.
that's what I was getting at. So real, no, sir, absolutely not.
Oh, no, beverage cart, no.
So what I would do in that regard, just take one of the new ones and make it the beverage cart and then put the beverage cart back down as a work utility vehicle. So we'd have a nicer beverage cart.
All right, so do you want to go with 204? We spend 32, we pay 204, and then we can count on 14 in the next 4 years.
Correct.
And that gets us through 4 years.
So
Is that bottom line then?
yes, sir. And I have one other option.
No, you don't.
No. Here's the deal. All right, you got 4 used T-mowers back there, and you got a big air fryer back there. Now, I could take those items and see if we can get a decent trade value on it, or try to sell them on the street and put it towards whatever we're purchasing.
Why, we're not using them?
They're beat. The 4 T-mowers are beat.
And we
They're
own
done. You
those.
own those.
We own
You
those.
just want to get rid of them, we're not
They'll
replacing them.
give us I mean, they might give you $1,000 a piece for them.
Fine, go out, if you can get that, that's fine, but that's got nothing to do with this. Yeah, I mean, you
Correct,
should do
I
that.
agree,
Yeah.
but it would help us on this 32,000 purchase, is all I'm saying.
If you get that, that's over and above. Let us decide on this thing as we got it. So the proposal is 4 years, 204,000 each. First year, we pay $32,000 to buy some additional equipment. And then we'll take our chance on the gators. Is the next 2, are we going to put those in the budget? No, I'm not putting them in the budget.
2 years we'd have to put in 14,000.
Correct.
But we won't budget it.
Right.
Do I have to do a motion, or are we just agreeing because we got to get the capital?
It's just operation, right?
Right, I think he's got to get moving on this.
Yeah, we need to
We
get
gotta
we need to have
we
an
need the equipment
intent
to
here.
order.
It's 9 to 10 months right now for equipment. Our lease expires in April. All they need is a letter of intent.
Okay, so I make a motion that we consider this as.
You can't.
I can't make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make the motion
Tell him
to
what's going on.
give a letter of intent to this company so we can get moving on this and all right?
Yeah.
For option 1.
For option 1.
Option 1, I
Yep.
second.
You got it, Ray? Do you understand?
Don't push it.
Just be quiet, Mike.
I mean, I could get into this. Roberto's got his own cart, Sandy's got his own cart, Earl's got his own cart, Bob's got his own cart, Chewy's got his own cart, Rigo's got his own cart.
And how do you expect these guys to get out and get to work?
They got their own personal carts assigned to them? Come on,
Well, yeah, because they,
come on, Mike. Let's vote on this, shall we?
Public opinion and nobody here.
public opinion,
Everybody left.
Jesus.
Supervisor Gilpin. Hello, Supervisor Gilpin.
I'll tell you what, I am highly disappointed, but I'll say yes.
Supervisor Hurley.
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick.
Yes.
President Brooks.
No. It's not what I wanted.
Okay, well.
I'm sorry, it's not what I wanted. I appreciate the efforts,
Yeah.
but it's not, as far as I'm concerned, the district has a lot of equipment and the golf has a lot of equipment, and we have not reduced it by one piece, basically.
Yeah, we did one.
One piece, excuse me.
One
We only
piece. Yes, we
reduced
did.
it by one piece, and I think that's embarrassing.
Well,
That's why I voted.
that's why we're bored.
Thank you.
But thank you, I do appreciate your efforts on this.
I'll get back on the used stuff.
Now, okay, can I bring something else up while we're on this? The chipper. For the last.
Talking
That's
to
a
your mic,
piece of
please.
equipment. I'm
Thank you.
done talking equipment.
Well, okay, can I bring this up though? I mean,
What?
I'll bring it up.
thank you.
So the chipper, the chipper is something, we've paid $10,000 in rentals already this year for when we did the tree trimming. It's, Chris, I don't know how much FEMA's gonna help. I mean, basically, I know in Ocala, they brought it to the curb, it sat there for 30, 40 days, whatever it was. But we have a pile right now just from the hailstorm that I need to rent a chipper again behind Doc Brown's house.
Yeah, you got piles all over the place.
Right, so that's, again, I mean, we're gonna have to keep chipping. And we're saying if we have the chipper, we wouldn't spend 15,000 on it. We could probably buy a used chipper for 15,000.
All right, Ray, what we're asking for, okay, is.
Whose side are you on? Are you on the board or are you with them?
It's a
You
necessity.
know, Ray, if we get a fire over by the water tank, you won't have to worry about heating and water. I'm just telling you right now, because all that stuff is leaning up by the water tank. We got to clean that area up. We've been asking for a chipper for years, okay? And Jimmy come up with
We were told, this board was told that a chipper is the wrong thing to buy.
It was told.
Because there was personal damage that could be done to an employee.
And
And we
how-
opted not to do it.
But we still rent one and I still use it.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to
So
do
what's
with
the
the?
I'm just telling you what you guys
But they
told
rent
us.
one and they use it, Ray.
I believe
mean,
that.
common sense.
How much does a chipper cost?
Well,
It's
And
40.
why was it not in the conversation we just had?
What we'd like to do is let Jimmy see if he can find a used one, send our mechanics out to look at it, and spend around $10,000 to $15,000 instead of spending $40,000. Now, that was Jimmy's idea, and I think it's a great idea. If we can find something used, can we go out and get it? That's what we're asking.
It would just seem to me like a used one is asking for a lot of trouble, because those things
They get wore
they're
out.
hard on themselves.
They get wore out.
You can't do it any other way.
How much do we spend on leasing?
We've already spent, what, 10,000 this year? And we need another one right now. So that's $15,000 we're gonna spend. And I don't know how much the district, how much are you guys doing?
What would a 4-year lease be?
We haven't, that
I
was a
don't think they
purchase
lease.
price. Well, somebody will lease it.
Yeah,
I mean, even if we gotta go through Everglades or whatever, I can get that number.
Get us that number and the purchase price number and then come back to it.
But we have a purchase price, Beverly. It's 46,000 to buy a brand new one. And we've had that for a couple of years, so.
Well,
You what?
We have a price for a new one for 46. That's why we thought we would maybe look into a used one. Because it's not used every day either, so.
I agree. A used one is probably asking for trouble.
Well, hey, listen.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous piece of equipment.
Bring us back.
As long as it's still open, then I'll get pricing on
Okay, yeah,
finance.
I get
And I'll actually see if Everglades can add it too.
So for the third time, is there any other equipment conversations we have to have, or are we now done?
No, sir, I'm
Well,
done.
there is one thing, but, I mean, I hate to bring it up, because you keep getting mad at me, but.
Is there another one?
Into the mic.
What?
Talk into the mic.
You guys can't hear me, there's something wrong. You all need to hear.
We want everybody else to hear you.
What I like to say is, why we were doing this, Bob Hiltz and Bob looked into new trucks, and I don't know if that was on the budget or not, but Bob.
We haven't done the capital yet, Mike.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Okay,
get
well, I
there.
just want,
We'll do
okay,
it.
all right, okay. I think he's sleeping.
Anything else on the district equipment update?
No.
Okay, so we've decided it. We'll adjust the capital when we get to it.
Okay.
New business, discussion to and from board. I'm sorry?
Lost my piece of paper.
Oh. Okay, we're at the budget workshop. Break. I had a call for break, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 3-minute break. Three.
This conference will now be recorded.
Signed up.
All right,
I could do a brief introduction on what we're
He
going to
did.
start with.
That's what she told me.
Actually,
let me do I'll do these two and you do the rest.
okay.
What are we doing?
All right.
And I
I'm gonna
put some
do
cheat
I'm gonna
sheets
do
out.
the 2 summary pages, and then Chris is going to go through the actual budgets. So if you pull out the one that says budget summary, all funds,
It might be easier, I put a copy on your desk of the 5 pages we're
it'd be
looking at.
this one.
Yeah.
This one?
Should have been right under the rate case. It starts with the summary sheet. And so you don't have to thumb through the book in the different sections. It's all together.
I mean, you've seen this sheet before. What this sheet basically is based on the information that you have in front of you. This is the total summary of where we are for this coming year, 2022-23. So for example, we have total operating revenues of $10,578,000 and change. You got the wrong sheet. That one. We have total expenditures that we have been given so far of $8,966,000, which gives us a little capital, or gives us additional monies of $1,612,000 to spend. Then when you take in the capital as it comes to $2,124,000.
Oh, sorry. You said 8 million in expenses?
I'm sorry?
Oh,
Yeah, the
okay,
expenses
okay.
right now
Got it.
are $8,966,000.
I got it.
The revenue is $10,500,000, so there's $1,600,000 of
Yeah.
monies not accounted for, not spent. You throw in the capital, which is 2.1, we are overspending this year, as it is in front of you, by $512,000. That's what this sheet tells you. The next sheet, which is the capital recap sheet, which is this one, that takes it out by 5 years. So basically what this says is the capital as it is today for the general fund, utility, and the golf fund is spelled out 5 years. That's what those numbers are. I have eliminated the $175,000 that we'll get for the startup on the water facility, or the water plant, and for the drainage program. So that's not in there. And I've also eliminated the anticipated cost of the loans starting in the year 2026-27. So those are not in there, nor are there any additional revenues to cover that in there. So this is basically, if we didn't do the sewer and we didn't do the water plant, or the plant, this is what we would be dealing with. So if you look at the totals, for example, let's just do 22-23. The total of is $2,124,582. That's total of what you have of the papers in front of you. The budget, that 1575, that is actually the 1612 number, but I item change it every time we change it. So it should be actually a little bit more. But that's why that 1575, I'm assuming that we're going to have the same ratio of expenses and revenues every year. So we're going to have every year approximately that 1575 to spend for capital. So again, when you look at 22, 23, we're overspending our revenues by 549,000. Okay, everybody with me on that? Plus or minus. Then the total excess, again, this is by Amanda. Amanda told Chris and myself that we had $7,686,000 that we would start the year with in monies. If we set ourselves at $6 million, it's going to be our level. We don't want to go below 6. That left us with $1,686,000. So it's just a math process. We start this 22, 23 with a plus of $1,686,000. You subtract that 549, that gives us that's $1,136,418. That means that we would have that total, that 1,136,418 plus 6 million. Okay, and then I just ran it all the way across. So if we did the capital as it is today, we would end 26, 27 with $21,418 above 6 million. If all these numbers held.
But you had the big hit in 24, 25.
Yeah, the big dip in 24, which we'll go through. That's basically the swimming pool. That's the pool. So any changes that we make today, I'll adjust the sheets, so forth and so on, so that when we have our next meeting, you'll get a new total sheets. And with that, I'll let Chris take it from here. My recommendation, do the utility budget and then the utility capital, the golf budget, then the golf capital, and the general, we're just going to be doing the capital for that. Since these guys are here, you should probably do golf first, okay? So they don't have to hang out.
And you'll see the sheet with the golf fund capital, and that was revised from the comments from June 3rd from the last meeting. And of course, some changes that were made today under the improvements. We had 55,000 in for that driving mat originally, and that would go down to 35,000. And the equipment lease, right now, it would stay at 204 or 216. We'll get the bottom line to come in. But you see all the projects and really moving forward under next year, you have a lot with clubhouse and bathroom painting and the columns and banquet room partition. But after that, there's really little to no improvements in the budget for those 4 years. And kitchen equipment was moved to the operating fund, and in 3 years, you'll have a replacement of all the china. But again, very few items in there. And mostly what you're looking at is cart path repair and the addition of riprap in high erosion areas. And we do have in the budget the Deer Run ice machine and cabinets, but we are working on that right now and going to try to get that incorporated into the funding for the golf course for Deer Run. We'll take any of the comments and those decisions made by the board today on the equipment, and then we'll add in a price on the chipper to bring back on July 8th. And also all the information that we'll do with the general fund budget. I'm working with those staffs right now in utilities and the general fund. We'll get that information and upload it into a master budget that Infomark will provide to us, that we'll start working on July 8th also.
Do we have any updates on the 550 on the Green Loop?
I talked to Tony Ottman yesterday, Craig, and so he's saying if we stay with the wires that you currently have in the greens, that he can probably save us some money. So, yeah, I'll have it. He said I should have it by the end of the week, which is the end of the week, so I don't have it. But I mean, I suspect I'll have it the first of the week. like I said, Andrew and them were here yesterday. We discussed it with Tony as well. Tony Ottman's the guy who's doing our engineering and everything, and he will be on property when we start initially. But he's trying to get that to me right now. But to be honest with you, I think that even if we do use our wire, it'll still probably be around the 354 range.
What's the downside of using our current wiring?
Just if there was any splicing or if they hit it in the past or whatever, I mean, it still works. I mean, that's like I told Tony yesterday. I mean, if I don't have to run wire all the way through the golf course again and it's just a matter of adding a saddle to a head, then let's get a price on it. I told him we would need to do it as least as we can.
And when I have those plans, we will be putting in an application for some cooperative funding to the Water Management District to demonstrate efficiencies of water use. And after our expenditure for Deer Run to make that system more efficient and use less water, I think they may look favorably on that, but we're going to give it a try.
And you see that as being ballpark?
Well, what we would ask for would be 50% of the project, but they would probably cap it around $125,000 to $150,000, but it would help.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I'm not arguing that.
And it's not a huge amount of work to put that application together. When we have those preliminary plans, we'll submit that in July for consideration, and then we'll find out in October if they're going to fund it or not.
Okay. Yeah, I should have it within a week.
Okay, so just, I guess on the capital, we're just going to change the equipment replacement to 204. We're going to add in a purchase of 38.
I suggest leaving the 216 alone if you're going to consider that chipper.
We can leave it.
That's what I'm just saying, that you're going to go up to that if in fact you can lease it.
And just to note, in the first year, 22, 23, that equipment lease isn't going to start till April, so there's 6 months of the current lease and then.
That's why it's
7 months.
185.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Do the regular budget.
All right, supervisors, I'll go through the adjustments we have here. So if you have it in front of you on page 1, the first discussion we had on the driving range was the increases of pricing. Did have a discussion with Andy and we decided to leave the small range bucket at $6 and we went up $1 on the medium range bucket and the large bucket. The reason why, because the small bucket's 30 balls.
Wait, where are you? What page number?
1.
Page number 1, driving
That's
range.
not my page 1.
Sorry?
Where?
It's
Agenda 223.
It's agenda 187. Page 1 of the golf budget.
Is it in here? Oh, wait a minute.
It'd be tab 18 in the board book.
You mean page 11? This thing?
No.
Well, yeah, I'm on both. Yes, you're correct. I'm on that. So on the sheet, you'll notice that the large bucket is now 13 up from 12. The medium bucket is 10 up from 9, which is in the middle of the page on the right-hand side. That was the.
What is the current prices?
The current price is $6,912, and we proposed $6,1013.
Why didn't you want to raise the small one?
A small bucket is 30 balls, going up to $7 on 30 balls. We just felt was a little high, but also, for the membership, when they go to the range, when they get their included balls, they're mostly getting small buckets anyway. So it was kind of, the discussion was we didn't want to go up on the membership twice because some of the other charges there too. So
We're the only game in town, aren't we? Basically for a driving range, aren't we?
yeah, so therefore, with all that being said, I did raise that another $3,000 for driving range income. So it's at 87,000.
Huh?
Yeah, they all have driving ranges. Highlands Ridge has one. The Muni has one. No, the Country Club of Sebring has. They all have them. So moving on to page 2, a lot of the restaurant revenue went up. We were talking about price increasing to maintain our cost of goods with increases. So you'll see an increase to food sales restaurant. You'll see an increase to alcohol, the beer sales on the course, beer sales in the restaurant, wine restaurant, and liquor restaurant. That is to reflect price increases that would increase the member pitcher of beer to $12. So I extrapolated that out with current year sales based on the price increase. If we held the same sales, that's kind of where I generated those numbers from. So all those were adjusted accordingly on that page for that. That brought our total revenue, total food and beverage revenue from 1.44 to 1.5 million. And total revenues, that number not reflect out right? Yeah, so it was 1.4 to 1.5 for total restaurant revenues. Nothing there. So the next change, I did make a change on page 5 on the credit card fees. The credit card fees are based off a percentage of revenues that we use. So obviously with the increase in revenues on there, the credit card fees will go up a little bit. Now that's only on things that people use credit cards when they purchase. So it's not.
What's your page 5?
Page 5 is agenda page 191.
Is it G, general administration expense?
Yes, G&A expense,
Where are you?
credit card fees. Due to the increase in revenue, I did bump that up
I
a little
see.
bit. Another 2,000.
So that's an expense you took up.
That's an expense I added because of the increase in revenue. Because credit card fees are based off the percentage of revenue, what you're using everything that goes on a credit card. Moving on to the golf course maintenance expense. I did make a small adjustment there in the fuel. I did go up another $2,800 in fuel just from, I looked at some long range projections for fuel. I just felt like what we had in there the first time, it just wasn't quite adequate. So I did adjust that slightly. Food and beverage expenses,
You were proposing a management fee of 108, if I remember right, not too long ago. We still got it set at 120.
we're talking about the Indigo management fee. So back when you first started, when we had that discussion, you went through all the RFP, that was their proposal, but the board turned it down and chose to stay with the normal contract that we have. There's been discussions about renegotiating a contract, which was way over my head, but the board did decide to.
There's one place where I remember
That
it was 108 at that time.
Yes, but there was some incentives in there, and I think that's why there was performance incentives, which there is currently not in this contract. Again, this is definitely over my pay grade here, but that's up for you guys to decide if you want to renegotiate. But that is based on the current contract. Where are we? That was golf course maintenance. Kitchen supplies, I did add another $2,000 for there. Just the trend with inflation right now is keeping us, if you notice on our current plan, we're struggling to maintain our budget right now. So I did move that slightly as well. No change in sales and marketing, no change in leases. And that's all the changes that I made. So overall, if you go to the summary page, that puts I'm on page 9 or agenda page 195. So the net income for golf did go down slightly to 441 based on some of the credit card fees and the $2,000 for fuel. And the restaurant, adjusted from negative 256 down to negative 217, with the bottom line being, the net income being positive 223 overall, basically 224. Does anybody have any questions on the changes that I submitted?
Any questions? I'm still rather disappointed in the golf. The restaurant number, I'm okay with. The golf number, based on last month, or based on the report we just signed off on, you're estimating your profit on golf's going to be 451. And now you're telling us that next year is 441.
So the 451 that you're going off of was the April financials?
It's whatever this
The April
report.
financials, so don't forget that
That's your estimation.
correct. So the April financials did not reflect the increase for that fertilizer application. So that's going to bring that down. That's definitely going to drop that overall projection. You got to remember that those financials were kind of always a month lagged. So when those financials were coming out, we had not approved that price increase. So therefore it was not in that forecast when that budget came out, when those financials came out. That number will go down. In this estimation right here on this page, the estimated actual for the net income for this current year of 438, that's probably closer.
Well, 438 is close. You only think you can pick up $3,000 in golf?
Well, we got to remember our expenses went up a bunch too.
We gave you 5% in memberships too.
Right, but we also went up, we had a lot of cost increases on the maintenance side too. Yeah. The maintenance.
What?
Yeah. Plus we added, but you got to remember, we added a second.
Well, you've got it planned at 11%.
Right, but the board actually,
Two or three.
the board actually opted to do a second full wall-to-wall application of fertilizer too. So if you took that out, that's a $45,000 swing right there. So
Hey, I'm just telling you,
Right.
to me, it's disappointing that we can't make any
Well,
money in the golf course.
in order to compare this year's budget to next year's budget, you got to add that $45,000 onto this year's budget because we did not spend that last year. So
Add what?
basically, that's a fairly decent increase. It's probably, yes.
What? The application was covered.
Not, but
Yes,
you're
it was.
comparing-
We gave you $50,000 or $60,000 to
For-
oversee it. We gave you that money to oversee it. You
but
never
not-
overseed it.
Not in this current budget. There
Yes,
was not-
absolutely. Did you oversee it in November?
No,
Well, was there money in the budget
No,
for it? Oh,
no.
Michael,
there was we pulled it out.
it was in the budget.
The seat in the budget was just for the tees, the driving range and tees.
I think we pulled it out.
It's definitely not in there. I know it's not.
I don't think we took it.
Of course, I'm old, I can't remember.
Okay.
I think we took it out.
Okay. I'll just go on record. It's still disappointing. You should be embarrassed that you can't make money in golf.
Well, it's positive $441,000. And again, we added another $40,000 in expense just for that. Plus we added the cost of fuel increases, the cost of anything related to fuel increases as far as fertilizer. or
Figure out a
anything
way
like
to
that
get
we
more
threw in.
revenues. I'm not questioning your cost. Figure out a way to get more revenues. Don't charge some other guys $24. Charge them 26.
Is that the same rate as this last past year?
I'm not sure what we're referencing. Tanglewood.
I'm saying charge more and get more money for the rounds that are played. There's a lot of ways to do this. Don't go to take the buckets from $6 to $7. What is the difference between $6 and $7? You think somebody's going to say, I'm not going to pay $7? I mean, come on.
It's very possible.
Mike, if they're going to pay $6, they're going to pay $7. How do you do with the yearly buckets where you do that buy 10 and get one, whatever it is? Why don't you raise those prices?
Raising that price doesn't change your revenue. You mean when we give them $100 for 125?
Well, you raise
We
how
could
much it
change it to
costs them to buy
125
it.
and get 150, but they're still,
Why wouldn't you get more money if you raise the price?
because you're only getting what you charge for the bucket. You don't actualize the money until they hit the range machine.
If you can't figure out a way to get more money, that's fine.
Well, we increase the revenues.
You increased the revenues by I'm sorry, you
$80,000.
You decreased from budget number one by $2,000, your golf revenue, your golf profit.
The proposed budget was 2780 and it's 2783 for the second one. It went up $3,000.
Your proposed budget one was 443,000. Your proposed budget two is 441,000.
But going off of our estimated actual for this year, it's a $160,000 increase in revenue.
I'm not talking this year. I'm talking next year.
Correct. It went up from budget proposal number one, but it went up $100,000 from prior year. That's not. If we do 35,000 public rounds, and that's $3 a round.
I'm not talking this year. I'm talking next year. This is
Correct.
a budget for next year. You're saying that you can't make any more money in golf than you did this year, basically.
I'm not looking at the same numbers you are then.
What are you not looking at?
Did group rates go up?
The group rates change every year. They typically go up at least $1 every year.
Michael, your estimated profit in golf this year, according to this sheet, is 438,040.
That is correct.
And your plan for next year is 441,668.
Correct.
It's an increase of $3,000.
Correct, but we also added $50,000 or $60,000 worth of expenses for the extra FERDAP and the extra stuff.
So you just want to add the expenses and not try and recoup them?
But you're comparing apples to oranges here. If you take that $40,000 out, that's a $45,000 increase.
Well, if this was my company, I'd have a tough time adjusting to your thought process.
Well, if you want to take the second FERDAP out, which I don't think the board does, that number will go up 40.
It's not all expenses.
It'll go up $45,000 if you take that second FERDAP back out. But the board at the last meeting said they wanted to do it.
I'm done. Anybody have any other comments?
Did the Tanglewood prices go up?
From prior year? Or going to next year? So we haven't gave them a proposal for next year, but I'm sure it certainly will, yeah. But that's, I've already, but yeah, as we go through this process right here, we'll definitely be doing that for sure.
So Michael, if you go up in Tanglewoods, what do you expect to make? How much more?
I'd have to go, if I went and pulled the numbers for how many rounds they did this year, I would have that. I don't have it in front of me.
Could you just check that and see where we are? I mean, I don't know.
I think he thinks we'll lose them, and he's probably right.
They understand that price increases. All the clubs will increase their rates every year, but if you if you're not in the same pace as everybody else, they will go, yes.
What I don't like about Tanglewood, and I've been listening to this for a long time, it seems like they hold a gun to our head every time because they bring these people in. Well, you know what? Let them pull the trigger then.
I mean, I've been in this market for almost 20 years. I understand that market very well. I've dealt with them for 20 years. It's definitely.
Yeah. Let me see if I can just end this real quick. If this was your company and you made $10 last year and it cost you in expenses $5, and you told your boss that you're going to accept $10 this year, but my expenses are going to be $7.50 or $8, and you're going to make less money, how do you think you'd react?
Well,
I'm just asking, how would you react?
Well, you got to remember here that the board had requested to add that. I did not. Well, we recommended it, but the board said that they wanted to have that extra expense.
Who's responsible for the maintenance of that
Right,
course?
right.
You guys are.
Correct.
So you keep saying we did this.
You were okay with us putting it in there. We recommend to do that, but if we're comparing this year to last year, you got to remember last year we didn't do that. We didn't do that second app. So that.
If it was your company, to try and cover it.
You would raise,
Of course you would.
Jimmy, you would raise prices where I didn't. You're right.
Right.
My expenses are not being covered, or I'm not yielding enough money.
Right.
There's one way to get there, and that's to raise your fees. That's the only way you
Then raise them.
I'm not saying you can cover it all.
They are.
But you're not raising them at all.
Right.
If you just look at golf revenue,
Okay.
total gross revenues,
If that's the best you can do. that's the best
estimated
you can do.
actual for this year is 2.9 million. Estimated this proposal is 3.1.
Yeah,
That's $200,000 increase in revenue, close to it.
yeah. And it's $200,000 increase in expenses.
Correct.
Well, usually for most companies, that doesn't work. I'm just telling you. I guess we're the exception.
I think you're going to be good to make those numbers with the recession that we have coming in. You might think you don't have a recession coming in. I think you'll be doing good.
Okay. Anybody want to make any changes, or we good with the budget as it is with those few adjustments to capital? Okay. Thank you.
I'm not satisfied, but
You think
I still think there's more to be had in the restaurant side of the business, and I'd have to agree with Ray. I think there's more available on the golf side.
where are the people going to get the money?
Mark?
Where are the people going to get the money?
I mean,
Employment's down. Everything is costing up with.
Can you hear them?
prices of the golf course. You're gonna go
Can you hear
take
what they're
that
saying? I
money
can't
out
hear
of
them.
The gas tank?
She's talking to Greg. She's not talking here.
Huh?
I can't hear. What?
We'll let it go for this pass. I just. Okay, thank you.
So
What?
for the next budget discussion, what did you get? Does the board want me to bring back anything different?
If this
There
is
has
the
been
best
no-
you can do, I don't want you to do anything.
Okay.
We'll change your capital, and I guess unless the board has any objections, we'll leave the rest as it is.
If that's,
I mean,
like you said, if that's the best you can do,
I mean,
I
if
still think there's ways to sharpen it.
if I had a vote of 5, I'd tell you to increase the revenues by $100,000, go do it. Or decrease decrease the expenses by $100,000.
Would you allow him to do it though, Ray? If he brought it to you and said either the membership had to be added, or the street number had to be added, or the prices of the restaurant had to be added?
I'm talking the golf, the restaurant's fine.
Okay, so the golf, the only two incomes we have is going to be your membership and your daily.
I've already given him 5% for membership. I'm not giving him any more.
Mike.
I already gave him 5%. Well, we did, not me. We already said 5%. That's $50,000 or $60,000.
But the cost of doing business is higher this year.
Well,
That's
then
the
he's
problem.
got to figure out a way to get more money from the 4,000 rounds that are played outside of the membership.
Right. Well, we did a 7% increase on outside, on public revenue.
Public rounds. And that's pretty, I mean, that's pretty norm. I mean, outside of going up higher than that, I mean, you'll price yourself out at where they won't even be here. Because it's hard to know
I think there ought
what,
to be a way that we attract more members though, too. I can tell you that. I don't think we're doing anything to attract more members.
right.
Well,
I'm
We're
sorry, but to only have 121 family membership and the few that we have, the rest of it, I
yeah,
mean, you move the numbers around based on this and that, but you're talking about going up 5 members.
Because of the
In total.
attrition.
In total, 5, over
Right.
what your current, your
So-
forecast or your budget. Well, the budget says it's actually 13 over that. But I think we need to come up with some way to sell the membership.
I mean,
There ought to
at
be
some
more people
point,
than what we have here.
I mean, we have about 500 members that are available to book a tea time any given day. And at some point, you definitely need to weigh the options and make sure that we are a semi-private club. So if there's a point where our membership can be too high, where we don't have any available tea times to sell to the public, which is at a higher rate. We look at the KPIs and an average rate for a member is $20
What is
or
that point? Right.
so.
We're not there. I don't believe we're there.
At 500, the balance between member rounds and member rounds, public rounds, membership revenue and public revenue is the most balanced on this budget. It's the most balanced that it's ever been. In the past, the membership played 60% of the rounds and brought in 40% of the revenue, which is right. So that's an imbalance. On this budget, it's about 55-45. So it's about the closest that's been balanced. I mean, obviously, you'd probably want it to be in the 50-50 range, or if the membership's paying 60% of the rounds, they should be paying 60% of the revenue. Correct. So it's this in this budget, and this is my second or third budget here through the board, but I've seen the budget for the past 8 years. This is the most balanced it's ever been.
Any other comments? Okay. Utility.
And I don't have a solid budget put together for utilities or general fund. I'm going to have to bring that back on July 8th. So I'm still meeting with staff to get some hard numbers. Really for both of these, you're kind of looking at a few changes that we made, but it's not detailed enough, I think, to go into a detailed discussion about those numbers. So it'll be July 8th till I have those. But similar to that, you're going to be looking at expense side going up because of the fuel and the equipment operating. And we're looking at ways to cut some expenses also.
So this utility budget's not ready?
No.
Okay. What about the capital?
Capital's pretty tight. We're looking at, for the utility side, yes, we went over it last time, and we believe all those items are included in on the utility side. And when we bring that final rate case document, we may make a couple of changes on the water side that would impact that, and adding in some manhole repair issues, but that'll really be 4 or 5% change in items, nothing significant.
That's all? 4 or 5%?
Yeah, and luckily, it looks like we'll have about $600,000 worth of capital costs and projects paid for that ARPA money in the next year. So we'll be getting a lot of work done one way or the other.
Well, how about the utility capital plan that we have spelled out here?
Right.
Is that correct or not?
Yes, the only thing that I had is we had some manhole replacements in 22-23 at $220,000. And we'll probably add a couple manholes each of the year in that capital for 23-24 and those 3 following years.
When are you going to put it in?
For the 8th.
And that's in addition to the $100,000 that you already have in the budget, correct?
Correct.
Or are you taking it out of the budget and just going to make it a capital item?
It's either going to be on the operating side or the capital side. And
Well, if it's an every year expenditure, it should be in the budget. If it's over and above because there's a problem, that's what capital's for. That you'd have to tell us.
Yeah.
I don't have the answer to that. You have the answer.
Well, in the utility world, typically capital is new items you're putting in and constructing, and other things are operational because you're just repairing them and replacing them. It's not pure capital. You're building a new plant, you're putting in a totally new lift station. So it's a little different than your interpretation of capital, because again, the utility, it would be replacing a manhole, and fixing one would be an operating expense, R&R.
Which way do you want it?
I'll put it in the operating.
Then put it there.
Okay.
What else do you want to move? I mean, let's get it all out in the open so we know what we're talking about. So you're going to take that 220 out, put it in the regular budget,
Right?
and it's going to become a yearly deal. So you're going to increase the budget by whatever.
Right.
What else do you want? I mean, we have to get an accurate number here. That's the whole purpose of this exercise.
I think beyond moving that item, that we've covered them all in our operations budget. It's been moved over.
So the rest of them stay where they are? Or they
Yes.
all move?
No, they would stay, that's the only one. And the infiltration line repairs, that's been forever in there, under $250,000 a year. And that's in there because, again, depending on how you're looking at it, I consider it R&R, but it's traditionally been in the capital here.
Listen,
Right.
you're the district manager.
Okay.
Put it where you want it.
Okay. Well, I'll move all of it into operating then, and only the new stuff
So we
will
get
become.
I just want an accurate picture of what we're going to spend.
Right. Well, the numbers are accurate. It's just where they're located.
Put it where you want it.
Okay.
Anything else? Do we want to talk, so utility, the regular budget, you don't want to talk about even, Joe, you're going to check that sludge thing out? Or do you have a better number?
I was talking with Chris. We're trying to come up with an average for season and non-season. Thinking season is going to go up a little more. Obviously, out of season, it's going to be variable. So trying to get a better estimate on the yearly.
You've got a yearly budget. It says right now 30,000. You've spent so far gazillions more than 30,000. I just want the number in there that you're going to need for a year.
I understand that.
How you arrive at it, that's up to you and Chris, but I'd like to have that number in there.
I understand.
And we're also looking at trying to make some process improvements on that plant with some controls and pumpage where we can keep that figure more reasonable versus having to have that sludge taken off site, pay expensive disposal for it, to where we could possibly just move it to our other plant and have it processed there versus paying the pumpage and landfill costs to dispose of it.
Okay, so I guess we're done with utility until next time. Hopefully we'll have a
hard numbers,
better prepared report.
Yes, sir. And we'll also have those hard numbers in that utility rate case.
Okay, then the only other thing that I'd like to go over before we call it a day is the equipment request of 600,000 from Bob in the general fund, which we all got, I believe, copies of, correct?
Right.
What the items are?
And
Let's just run through those to make sure we're okay with them, so that next time we'll get a better number or a different number if necessary.
And Bob was working from that 5-year plan that was put together by his predecessors, and that's where all that information came from, and where you have all those pieces of equipment listed.
Yeah, I did change a few things, but that's basically what it was. It was a previous 5-year plan.
Well, run through the items. If they're good, explain to us what you want to do so we know.
Well, we did have a replacement of a gator that's replacing one that was
It's my favorite one.
that had 5,188 hours on it. It was a 2011, but I guess we're not replacing any gators this year, so it's in your packet, but it can be taken out.
So that's the gator for 15,000.
Yes.
That can be taken out.
And then I would like to keep all 4 of the mowers that we were going to trade in for the 2 mowers. It turns out that we were going to, I had talked to you previously about keeping the two newest ones, but I got a new payout plan from Wesco Turf that lowered the amount that we were going to get for the other 2 mowers by $1,500. So we might as well keep all of them. They're worth more than $5,000 for those 2 mowers, for sure.
Do we have anything on this, on the mowers? Is there anything in here on the mowers?
Yeah.
But this is the original.
It should be.
When they did the purchase. But he was,
They,
16,000 to
yeah.
buy. Right.
But now that amount is $1,500 less than that trade-in value. So I don't see a reason to trade them in for that amount of money. Well, the two of them that are still in good shape. And I had nothing to do with that trade-in. That was done before. I think that was Omar's decision to do that. But it just doesn't make any sense to trade those vehicles in when they're still operating well and not having any issues.
How much does it cost not to trade them in?
Well, it'd be 14,500 is what we would have to, that would be the difference now. It would have been 16, but they lowered the amount of the value of the two. Any questions about those?
So this is the 16,000, it gets reduced by 1,500?
Yes, correct.
Okay, go ahead.
The next thing I'd like to try to get is a mosquito fogger. We have two of them. One of them is inoperable, and I'm not sure what's wrong with it. It's just they tell me that it doesn't work.
What is the name of that piece?
That's a mosquito fogger. It should be the next item on your list. It's a ULV, Guardian ULV fogging machine. The price of that is $8,500. We have one that's operating right now that we just got calibrated and it's in good shape. But that would allow us to do twice as much fogging in the same amount of time.
Oh my God. I don't even see it. You see it?
It should be right after the equipment.
Right after the Wesco turf trade-in value on those four mowers, it has mosquito fogger.
Oh, there it is. Right here.
Yep.
This package when we
It's near the
talked about
back.
mowers.
It's near the back.
But yeah.
Yeah. It is there.
How much was that?
It's here.
8,500.
8,500.
But that is for 2223.
Well, can you explain how much trouble we have with the old one, please?
Well,
This packet that came out with
Go ahead, Bob.
the 8 or 5,000 hours.
the one that we're replacing is it's
on the back side.
it works about 1/10 of a time. We take it out, it clogs up, it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. So that's one we want to replace. If the other one goes down, then we don't have any fogger at all.
And do you use two at the same time, or you just have one kind of as a backup?
We have one as a backup.
Okay.
I think we got that one in around, it's probably about 14 years old. So
Okay.
it's probably past its
Okay.
ability to be repaired at a reasonable.
Next.
The next thing is a diamond skid steer brush cutter. It's an attachment. I apologize for not having a picture of that. It goes on the front of the skid steer, and we have a mulcher attachment now, and it goes like this. It's your drum. This is like a regular mowing deck. It's got flail blades. It'll cut brush up to like 6 inches thick. So we'll be able to use it for going along ditches and areas that we can't get to with a regular mower. It'd be on the tracks.
We don't have anything like it?
No, we don't. This is a piece of equipment that I think Drew had suggested. He called it a sidearm mower, but it's really a front attachment for the skid steer. I saw in the budget, there was a $12,000 piece of equipment that he had listed as a side mower. But this is, I think, what he was talking about, because that's what he had told me, that it was an attachment for the skid steer, and that's the only kind of a mower blade that does that.
Okay, we okay on that, I guess? Next.
And then for the next year, 2023 to 2024, We need to look into replacing our lift. Our lift, it goes to 35 feet, and we bought it used, and I'm not sure when we bought it, what the year was. 2007. It's a 2007 lift. It works. We've had to replace the battery several times and had to have it serviced, and so that's the reason for that request.
What exactly we lift?
We use it to trim palm trees, put banners up on the boulevard as well as on Edgewater. We use it for quite a lot of things.
We use it- They use it for Christmas lights. They use it for trimming palm trees. I mean, it's used a lot, but not every day, right?
Go to a 50-foot boom instead of 35.
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons for that. We just had a pine tree that had a branch that was hanging down that was broken over by the dog park, pretty good sized branch. And we were able to cut off part of it, but our lift wouldn't go up high enough to reach the base of the tree where the branch was hanging. So I had to have a tree company come in and remove that.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the next item.
What?
I was looking at the next item.
For as
A
often
chipper.
as we utilize
Can you
that-
talk in? I can't hear you down here.
I'm sorry, go
For
ahead.
as often as we utilize this boom, is renting one in line?
Well, sometimes they're not available for renting. And if we have one on hand, then it just makes it a lot more convenient and a lot easier to do the jobs as we need them.
I understand that, but is it more cost effective to rent? For the amount of time that we utilize one, that's all, I'm just asking. I don't know the answer to this.
We have rented them in the past. We have done that, and I don't know what the cost of that was. That's something I can look into and come back to it. But I couldn't tell you what
We've rented them
what
in the
they've done.
past. We have rented them in the past, a taller one, to get to the antenna at,
Mike, talk into the,
oh, sorry about that. We have rented them in the past, and yes, maybe that's the way to go to save some money, is to rent. But the problem is, a few times we rent them, they're not the best machine in the world. So, we had trouble with them, and that's,
I mean, if the one we have is 2007, so that's 15 years old.
Mhm.
I don't
And it
mind
was-
spending 35,000 if we're going to get 15 years out of it.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah,
And it was used anyways, the one we bought
So-
originally.
okay.
I'm okay with that one.
Okay.
I can't wait for the next one now. I know
It's a
Hurley
chipper.
hasn't seen it, but let's bring it to Hurley's attention. What's the next one?
It's a chipper.
A chipper.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
That's in
What is that?
I don't
You
know.
didn't even know what it was one meeting.
So let's see, the golf people can have a chipper and now the district can have a chipper.
Well,
Well, we're buying it together. No, we're both using it together. We're not buying two. If you read your notes and pay attention, we're buying it for everybody, for both departments.
Then why did
Okay.
we have,
Why is it in both budgets then?
Because when Jimmy and I got talking about it, that's when he asked about, well, maybe we can buy a used one. That's why we brought it up. We're only buying one. And I don't care who buys it, if Ray Brooks buys it or the district.
We've even talked about splitting the cost of it between the two departments.
You guys can do whatever you want. It's still costing the district $48,000.
Well, when we first originally got the quote 3 years ago, until somebody stuck their nose in it, it was only 36,000. So, just so you know that.
The prices are
Okay.
going
I don't know
up.
why Jimmy bring it up if it was already in here.
Because Jimmy and I had talked about it during the equipment, and he brought it up. He said, I gotta go rent another chipper. And Chris and I have talked about it, and I asked Chris, where is our chipper? It was in the budget, and he couldn't find it in the budget, right, Chris?
Well, I guess it is in the budget. Okay.
Okay.
We've already had a chipper conversation. Next.
All right.
2 years from now, it's in the budget.
Yeah, it's not anytime soon. So we're requesting a four-wheel drive pickup truck to replace a 2007 four-wheel drive pickup truck. And that's just a guess at the cost of that. This is 24 to 25, so that's 2 years from now. And I just put down 48,000 because there's no telling how much it'll cost. That's just a
So you think we
guideline.
got 2 years left on the one we got?
We can, yes.
Okay.
That's correct. And then we want to replace the next one, the batwing mower, replacing a 2016 batwing mower. They are used pretty much every day, and there's a lot of hard work that goes into those. The bearings go out, the drive shafts go out, the power PTOs. It's a lot of moving. So that,
10 years old, but it's 9 years old.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. And then replacing a four-wheel drive tractor in that same year. It's a 2011 tractor that we will be replacing. By then, it'll be about 14 years old.
How many hours on each on?
I don't know what the hours are. I can find that out too.
I mean, is it?
Yeah, they're used every day pretty much. The tractors are. So they would have a pretty good amount of hours on it.
Oh, this next one will be good.
Now, by the time this comes around to 2024, 2025, pretty sure we're going to need another gator to replace one of the two that we have that are 2011, 2012. So they'll be 14, 15 years old, and they'll be getting to the end of their life expectancy, especially the one that's already got 5,100 hours on it.
And your gator is different from the other gator?
These
From the
different
ones that the golf use?
They're a couple of different, they're a little heavier duty. They're four-wheel drive. I'm not sure if Jimmy's are four-wheel drive.
And yours cost twice as much as the
No,
golf ones?
Jimmy's, the ones that Jimmy has does not have four-wheel drive, and he doesn't have roofs on most of them.
So these cost twice as much. So why don't we get ones without roofs? What do I do? I mean, why do I have to pay twice as much for a gator for him than I am for the golf people?
Well, this is also a few years out.
I'm sorry?
This is a few years out. I'm not sure if that's going to be an accurate price then. Who knows, they might be less.
Right.
Man, it's just, I'm just trying to think of things to keep our fleet in as good a condition as possible.
I understand.
25, 26, I'm requesting a new dump truck, four-wheel drive dump truck to replace the 2007 dump truck that they're used pretty heavily. Also in that year, I'm requesting a 360 Groundsmaster mower, four-wheel drive mower to replace a 2003 Groundsmaster, which is one of the older ones we're keeping. And then in 2026 to 2027, I got in a request for another four-wheel drive pickup truck to replace the other 2007 F-150 truck, four-wheel drive truck we have. And also in that year, backhoe front end loader to replace our 2015 backhoe, which will be 10 years old by then. And they're used by all the different departments.
I'll give you credit. Your equipment lasts a lot longer than the golf's equipment.
Well, we have a better mechanic. No. It's a different type of usage. The golf courses they're very precision machines, and they have to be, the technology and the precision has to be able to adjust it to a certain amount. So they mow green to the eighth of an inch. The height of the grass is an eighth of an inch.
I do have a general question on your equipment. This is, I'm doing this for Mr. Gilpin because I'm sure he would have brought it up eventually. Do we have a piece of equipment that would actually clean the area behind the clubhouse?
No.
That every
Along the
time we go-
water?
That every time we go in there, it becomes a disaster area?
Yeah,
No, we don't have one.
there's a company that can do that, and they have a kind of it's a semi-amphibious type thing that I've been looking at. I've been thinking about that too, ever since we've mowed over there and make big ruts and make
Yeah.
a big mess.
We've got to figure out a way to address that. It's just horrible looking.
Yeah. Yeah, we can look into,
Well,
I don't know.
well, what was suggested a couple of years ago is to go in there and bring fill in, raise it up, right? Because it's so wet there all the time, raise it up, and then, plant the grass. Right now, it's just too low.
It needs fill.
It needs fill.
We'll build a wall.
Well, you can't build the wall till you, right, we'll build the wall. Good idea.
You can't build a wall to what?
You gotta fill it in first. You gotta go in there, dig it out,
You don't go all the way.
put
I'm saying
footings.
where it is now. And
Yeah.
then-
Ray, I like your
Okay.
idea. I agree
Just-
with you today.
I would like for you to figure out a way to address this area.
Okay,
Because we
I'll
can't let it
definitely
go
see
like
what
it
we
is.
can do about
I
that.
agree.
We don't really have a piece of equipment we can put in there that won't make a big mess.
If you got to hire somebody, hire them.
Yeah.
I mean, the best time, I would think now it's summertime. So wait until we get into September.
Yeah,
when
when
the
it
crazy
gets
growth
drier.
is not crazy, and have them come in and clean it out.
Yeah. It would be nice if that pond would go down a little bit, but it's spring fed, so it doesn't ever fluctuate.
If anything, it's going to go up, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the rain.
We have to raise the back area of the clubhouse up to get what you want. And we've talked about that many times.
Then we have remote control.
Yeah, that's
It
what
gets
we used
stuck
the
in there.
last time.
It gets stuck. We actually, the last time they used it, they buried it, just went right down in.
It's so muddy over there,
Yeah.
you can't really get any kind of
Figure out a solution.
I'll see
And if
what
it's going to cost money, bring it to us. But you can't let it go.
It would be a beautiful place if we could fix it.
Right. And a wall is a great idea. That finally you come up with a good idea. I like that.
And we'll see what we can come up with for that.
Thank you.
Bob, I just got one comment, and I didn't tell Chris about this, but he might have something to do with this, but I've noticed the last 2-3 weeks, maybe a month, that in my little world, from here to the clubhouse, it looks a lot better. I've noticed a lot of work going on around the dog park in that area, along the trench, going, I just want to compliment you if you're the one, or tell Chris about it, but the place is, I noticed the other day they're trimming trees that were brown hanging things from the palms. I mean, it just looks so much better, and I appreciate who's ever doing it. I just wanted to pass that on.
Well, we all work together, so I'll pass that along as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just one other thing while I'm thinking about it, to Mike's point, when we go through your budget next time, I am very concerned that we don't support give proper dollars to landscaping and upkeep throughout the district. And I'd like for you to look at that, both of you, and make sure that the dollars are adequate for what we'd be proud of.
Yeah, well,
And
we can,
I think we spend way too low on what we allocate.
No. Are you going to bring up his vehicles and your vehicle?
well,
that.
Bob was going to talk about
Bob,
that.
What's that?
he wants to bring something up, what he found.
Bob's got,
Well, what he researched on. Let him talk.
he
Give
looked
him a
into
minute.
replacing the
Yeah.
security vehicle,
All right,
security
let him,
truck.
let him.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your security vehicle.
Oh,
I know you've been here for 3 hours, but
yeah, the security truck is gonna have about 225,000 miles on it by the time we're ready to get rid of it. And we usually try to replace it every 2 years. We actually got another year out of it this year than we have in the past. And I've been in several conversations with our Ford dealer, Jarrett Ford, where we usually get our cars from. And we kind of went over a price, but we're still not, we can't even, he did some estimates for me, and I've been back and forth with him probably 5 or 6 times, and every time I come, it's a different price because he doesn't know. But he can nail it down in the middle of July. The second week of July is the time when they can build out the new vehicles, and he can tell us exactly. But he gave me a price of 41,071 for a truck, and the concession, the lowest it will be is 5,200, but he said he expects it to be a little higher, which we get that government concession because we're a municipality. And they've offered us $18,000 for our truck for trade. And I even drove the truck up there and actually showed it to him to make sure of that. So he said, yeah, he's still in the ballpark at 18,000. So after concessions, and then there's what they call a value increase of 4 to 7%. Every year, the value of the trucks go up. So I split it right down the middle at 5.5, and it was like $1,969. And actually, the total price was $19,786 was after our trade. So, and we budgeted $30,000 for the truck.
Yeah. Good. So you budgeted 30, you're going to spend 19.
Exactly.
With the trade-in, right?
With the trade-in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to explain the second half of this?
Oh, there's more?
Yes.
I do.
Very briefly. Next year or the year after, we're going to replace the code truck because of its age. And because of the trade-in value of it right now, we could do a lot better getting rid of it this year than holding on to it for 2 more years, considering the trade, he'd give us $12,000 for it. And after the trade's all said and done, it would be $16,504 is what we would end up with the value increase and the trade. We'd end up spending about $16,504, which if we spend $16,504 this year rather than $35,000 next year.
What's behind door number 3?
Door number 3 is the total. You budgeted $30,000 for the car. For $36,290, we can replace both of them. And originally we had 30, I can't remember, the original budget was 37,000.
What's in the budget now?
30. We lowered it to 30 because we went down because we were.
Do we need to?
Not that. Do we need to? One, we absolutely do need. But secondly, was just a savings. It was just an option. I was going to bring it to you because it could be a savings.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it's good to look at anyways. I mean, not that we have to do it. We know we got to get one, okay? But the savings to get both from this year is unbelievable. And that's why he said, bring it to the board and explain to them what you found.
So for additional $7,000, we're going to get 2?
Yeah,
Right.
for the additional $7,000, we could replace 2 of them.
Right,
The
and
both
we
of
have
them.
all,
And
we have all the
additional
warranties.
Of this in the budget, because we could only spend 20,000 and get a new truck instead of 30,000.
Right.
But
But next year, we'd spend $30,000 on the code truck.
Right.
Let's do this.
If in fact they aren't offering the same kind of
Exactly.
incentives.
Let's do this. It's easier for me at least, if I can see it on paper in front of
Okay.
me. Why don't you get together with Chris and come back when we do budgets next time and make that part, whichever one you guys want us to entertain, make that part of your presentation.
Perfect.
And we'll decide.
See?
Well, actually, I think if Chris and I could drive up to the Ford dealer in the middle of July, once the build date comes, we can actually have this cut in stone. And actually, they could actually write the deal, and we could present it to you right then of what it would cost us.
But we haven't agreed to it yet.
I know, but I mean, we would just bring a cost to you, what it would cost us to make that agreement.
That's what he's asking you to do.
Yes, that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
But it would be around the middle of
Prepare-
July is the soonest I could get those.
Well, when you get it,
Put your
that's fine.
best thoughts into the budget
There you go.
for the next meeting.
For the next, I want to see something July 8th. Make your best guess. If you have to adjust it the next time, fine.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to get a picture of where we are, and I don't seem to be getting a good picture. Well, I mean, I'm getting a picture, it's cloudy. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bob.
Are there any other questions or issues?
I have one other issue from a member that lives at 5942 Granada. Sorry, I thought I was done until I got the text. 5942 Granada, which is right by the Pink Palace. She lives in a triplex, and hers is on the end, and it's the only, she has a ditch exposed on both sides of her driveway, and she wants that filled in like the others, so it's all level, because she wants to widen her driveway and put a place so she can put her cart in her garage.
She got to get permits.
Huh?
She got to get permits.
Yeah.
She's got to get permits for all.
No, first she has to see if we can do it. And
Well-
she doesn't have to get the permits.
Yes, she does.
To widen her
Bob,
driveway?
Bob, I think you could answer that question.
I'll go by there and take a look. You
Thank
said
you.
Granada or Matanzas?
Yeah.
Pink Palace is on Matanzas.
Yeah.
This Matanzas then, it's
Yeah.
where the
Okay.
Pink Palace is,
Okay. I'll check it out and see what we can do.
5942.
All right.
And just give us some direction.
There you go.
Thank you, Bob.
Anything else?